Hello everybody, welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. If you're new to my channel, my name is Jane. I'm super happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome. So let's go ahead and not waste any time. Let's get right into it. So in the description box, in the comment thread down below, you will find the timestamps for each zodiac sign. So you're welcome to select your sun, moon, or rising sign, depending on which resonates the most with you. If you're more follow your Vedic placements, you're welcome to check those out as well. Just know that I am a Western astrologer, so I do reference the Western astrology transits. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. See you in a sec. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. First of all, before we begin, happy birthday to all you Taurians out there. I hope you guys get to do something amazing for your birthday. Celebrate your life, celebrate your special day, and really just allow yourself to be with people that you love. Let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, over the past few years, since Uranus came into Taurus, I know that Taurus has felt this energy of generally wanting change, right? That's a very generic interpretation of what we have going on here, right? Uranus comes through and he wants to revolutionize our lives. But now with the North Node coming through and with eclipses happening, right? We've got the eclipse on April 30th, which is the new moon eclipse. And then we have the full moon eclipse in Scorpio on the 16th, which is going to be a very powerful eclipse. It's really asking us to begin implementing the changes in the places where we are very stuck and in the places where we have been very fixed and very, we've been maintaining these places for a long time. Let's just say that. And the Page of Wands comes out and says, it's time for Taurus to take an adventure. It's time for vulnerability, which we have a vulnerability card. It is time for some discomfort, but it is not discomfort because of anything negative, but rather because of expansion. And the Page of Wands is about readiness, right? It's about readiness for the next chapter, readiness for the love and for the peace and for the money and for the new life. And you have to be willing to take steps in that direction. You have to be willing to make daily choices that put you in line with what you want, that start to build momentum. And what I love about this card here that says, show the world the real you, is that I feel as though there is a more authentic version of Taurus coming through. Now, generally speaking, I often feel that Taurus is, especially if you're, on the high vibe track, if we could say it that way, generally fixed energies are very authentic. They're very like what you see is what you get. Who they are in public is who they are in, private life. There's not a lot of artificiality. And yet still there is something more raw sort of cracking open. And it may be a part of you that just never needed to be expressed. It's not like this was a part that you were hiding specifically. It's just that it didn't need to really come out. It didn't need to be seen. It wasn't useful. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't ready. It wasn't the time, but now's the time. And it could put you on an entirely new trajectory. And what's very interesting is that over here in the environment card, I kind of like with the Temperance, I'm kind of like feeling like there's this parting of the Red Seas going on where you have this place that you want to go or this person that you want to develop into or these goals or these creative efforts that you want to really start moving towards. And it's almost as though the energy is just like, okay, Taurus, well, then here's the path, boom, and here you go. And all of the people, places, and things sort of click into place. And you just have this straight and narrow path forward. There doesn't seem or need to be a lot of confusion. We have this mental conflict card over here. And yet I see no reason to be conflicted. If you are conflicted, if you are stressed, if you are exhibiting anxiety about some decisions that you have to make, I guarantee you it is only because you are resisting the very thing that your heart desires the most. And when you resist the thing that your heart is truly desiring, or we can say your soul is desiring, when you are resisting that very thing, there's this vibrational discord that is going on. There's this incoherence between your heart and your head. And you're going to feel very uncomfortable, and you're going to feel the stress, and you're going to feel the not super great emotion. And you have to be cognizant of the not super great emotion, because that is going to be a signifier that you are not necessarily partaking in thoughts and feelings that are of your highest good. This is a card that signifies, like if there's a choice in front of you and you really want to go in this direction, it's about thinking, well, what if it all works out? And continually reinforcing that within yourself. Well, what if it all works out? What if it all is great? What if it all is wonderful? What if I get everything I could possibly want? And I do kind of want you to be a little bit on the greedy side here of like really asking for all the things that you want. Okay? Because I feel like something in your life is getting very heavy, that there are certain areas or certain responsibilities and obligations that you have that are starting to feel incredibly burdensome. And there's an element of freedom here. We have this solar calm or clarify card, which I really love, the clarity energy in contrast with the mental conflict. Please do not for 1 second think that you are not clear. If you think for a moment that you are not clear, then that is just you resisting the very thing that you want. Because with this balance card right next to it, we've got temperance, we've got clarify, we've got balance. I tend to lean toward you know exactly what you want, you know exactly where you want to go. There should never be any question. There's no feeling sorry for yourself. There's no pity. There's no blame. There's no nothing. There is only Page of Wands, one step in front of the other, one decision in front of the next for the sake of creating this life that you wish to have. That's it. It's a very straightforward process. And as we move forward in the 9-card block, we start off with the Page of Wands. Page of Wands reversed. I'm sorry, Page of Cups, not Page of Wands. Page of Cups reversed. Now, the Page of Cups reversed is an indication to me that you're not maybe going to really get the synchronicities that you're really hoping for right away. That you can't expect certain things from anybody. And you have to be willing to kind of go. And when I look at this Page of Wands, he's kind of in this barren desert, right? Like there's not even a cactus here in this picture. So, I mean, he's like moving into kind of a barren land here. And the Page of Cups, he's not in that desert anywhere. Okay, so this time of what you might be perceiving as being a little bit uncertain, because let's be honest here, right? We've got a lot of planets moving into the 12th house for you guys, right? As Venus moves into Aries, we've got Jupiter moving in. So Venus moves into Aries on the 2nd. Jupiter moves into Aries on the 10th. We still have Mars in the 11th. Mars is going to be working its way into a conjunction with Neptune. So when we have all this 11th and 12th house activation, we're kind of coming toward the end of, certain cycles, especially with Jupiter coming through there. Okay, so the 12th house is this very strange, interesting, imaginative, magical, but also kind of isolated away from the world type of place. So when we activate the 12th house and we have heavy activation with eclipses and Uranus in the 1st house, this really has a lot to do with your place and your body and your intuition and your feelings and your desires and your everything. So you really can't expect to get a lot from other people. You can't expect people to show up and be like, hey, like go this way or go that way, or I'm your sign from the universe to do this thing. You have to really like feel that in your gut that that's right for you. Because with this Four of Wands reversed directly underneath, this is what I mean. And with Seven of Swords, I'm kind of going to jump around here because I feel like these particular cards are really important. Four of Wands reversed with the Seven of Swords reversed. When this Four of Wands reversed came out, it felt very tethered. Like there is something in your life that you are just really stuck in. And this is the time, like this is the moment for you to say, you know what? I don't feel good here anymore. It doesn't feel right anymore. It doesn't feel like this is my path anymore. I got everything that I needed from this experience. I'm not expanding here anymore. And now it has become this sort of, this tether or this noose around my neck. Like I feel suffocated. I can't breathe. Like it's not, there's no pleasure here. And pleasure is a very important theme for the year of 2022, being, 2 + 2 + 2 is 6, which is a year that's ruled by Venus. And we had, significant restriction of that at the beginning of the year with the Venus retrograde, specifically for the contrast so that we can create more pleasure in our life, which we see more with the Three of Cups. And we needed that contrast in order to begin moving in this new direction, because we now know very clearly what it is that we do not want anymore, or what no longer serves. And there are certain low vibrational things with the Seven of Swords reversed, whether it's certain patternings, certain behaviors, certain people, like the list goes on of what this could potentially be in your life. But it is a low vibrational something. And I often feel like the Seven of Swords is some kind of a betrayal, whether it's a betrayal of other people toward you or you toward yourself. And that's, I think, the most important one is not betraying yourself. And that's where the mental conflict really comes in. And this pattern of resistance, this pattern of keeping everything so realistic. Like when I look at this Three of Cups, even with the Temperance card, I don't want anybody to be quote unquote realistic right now, because being realistic keeps you in kind of this lower density. Remember, when you look out into the world, like as it is, like as you're sitting in your house right now, looking at your home or your apartment or the computer that's right in front of you, all of these things are manifestations of past thought, right? Like you thought at one point to move into that house. You thought at one point to purchase that computer. You thought at one point to move to that city. And now you're sitting in the manifestation of something that happened way previously. So your eyes are very deceiving, because they essentially reflect back only the past. So when you are reiterating to yourself what is, or what is real, or the reality of something, and what is true today, you are reiterating the truth of thought that already occurred, and you're probably already like 100 steps ahead of that in your head right now as it stands. Okay, so that's kind of where the betrayal and the mental conflict sort of come out to play, is you don't want to stay stuck because you're so caught up in what is. This whole season is about growth and pushing limits, but especially it's also about finding happiness with the Three of Cups. It's about finding people with whom you can really connect with on a deep soul level, but also a friendship, lighthearted, fun, laughter, have a couple drinks, eat some good meals, go out and do adventurous things kind of level as well. And I know Taurus does have a more earthy connection, so being with the earth and being with your senses, being in your body is going to be a really, really beautiful experience for you this month, and prioritizing those things as much as possible. And I know a lot of you, you love to hike, you love to do yoga, you love to dance, you love to move, you love to do all these wonderful things. And I would absolutely emphasize that as much as you possibly can, because there's going to be a lot of freedom from these heavier things through that particular modality. Remember, in the environment, the universe is sort of like ticking everything in place to sort of part the Red Seas for you, but you have to be in this higher vibrational, happy, abundant state in order to even recognize that the universe has parted the Red Seas for you, right? Do you even recognize that it's a straight and narrow path to where you want to go? Now we have the Knight of Coins here, which is a Virgo energy. And we also have the Knight of Cups, which is a Pisces energy. Now, when we have Virgo and Pisces activation in your cards, I have to look at the chart. We've got lots of Pisces going on with Mars coming conjunct Neptune. And we don't have any planets in Virgo, but that's an 11th house, 5th house axis. This is a really creative time for you guys. And wonderful, incredible ideas could begin taking seed. And with the Knight of Coins, he's about ensuring that those seeds are planted and there's no laziness, there's no apathy, there's no resistance there, because he knows that if you don't plant them, then you're not going to be able to harvest later on in like Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio seasons. So he's diligent about saying, okay, look, I've got these desires in my heart. I'm ready for a new adventure. I believe strongly that there is this path in front of me that is straight and narrow based on what I'm desiring right now. And I am going to like put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to implement and set intentions, and I'm going to start taking steps in a very real way. Like this is going to be real, right? This is an earth energy. You're an earth energy. This is about bringing things into realness. This is about true magician energy. And I don't know any other zodiac sign, Taurus, okay, I have is the motto. Taurus is all about bringing the metaphysical into the physical. This is about the havingness of things. And we want the havingness of the new things, not the kind of havingness of the old things, because we already have those things and we're already grateful for that and da-da-da-da-da. We're expanding. We want new things. And you can be happy with what is and want new things at the same time. I've said it a million times and I'll continue to say it. You're never going to be able to stop the power of desire, ever. And I feel like this Knight of Coins says, all right, let's go. Like, let's do the things that need to be done. Let's put it down on paper. Let's do the go-ahead thing, right? Let's make it happen. And there's determination there, determination to really make it happen. Now, we also have a Mercury retrograde this month. We can't forget that, right? Mercury is going to be retrograding from Gemini back into Taurus. Now, remember, all year this year, these Mercury retrogrades are happening between air signs and earth signs. So even more relevant from the mental realm into the physical realm. And bridging that gap. How do we get it out of our heads and out of idea form and into the reality? And we get to practice that transition, because Mercury energy is highly transitional, highly mutable, highly flexible, moldable, manipulatable. You get to mold and change and cajole the energy and your body, everything, so that these things can become manifest. Okay, because I know that there are things in your life that really feel heavy, and you are wanting to get out of those situations. You are wanting to get out of that house, out of that job, out of that relationship, out of this friendship, out of this city, out of this climate, whatever. You're wanting to get out of it. You want to uproot in some way. Your soul is calling, like, I'm sorry, judgment in the very center of the reading, loud and clear with his freaking trumpet. Like, is there any possibility that you would not be able to hear the trumpet? Have you ever heard a trumpet? They're really loud, right? Like, you're going to hear the trumpet. You're going to hear the calling from your higher self. You're going to hear that yearning for change. You can't help it. You've got Uranus in your sign. All the fixed energies right now are going through massive amounts of change, and it has to come from like this incredibly deep core level. Show the world the real you. There is something beautiful that is surfacing. There is something real that is crawling forward. And the only thing that you can do to stop it is to choose not to embrace it. But why would you do that? And I feel strongly, 8 of Coins, along with the Knight of Coins as well, very industrious energies. This is about the desire to actually, it's like inspired action. It's that, late night when everyone's asleep and you're feeling your juices flowing, and you get online and you start doing all the research and you start writing things down and you start brainstorming and you start putting the story together in your mind and you start actually like formulating everything. And I feel like there's this power surge for you this month, that you're going to really be able to just like pedal to the metal, make a lot of things happen very, very quickly, like in a really short period of time. Time we have to extract from this particular equation right now, because you may have not been very productive for the past couple months or just been, doing your normal thing, whatever. And then all of a sudden in this very condensed period, boom, a lot of stuff can really come forward. And especially with the Knight of Cups, which is the Piscean activation here, again, Mars coming through there in the 11th house, there's this sort of, high-minded, upper vision. Again, like you're really pushing the limits here, which is good. We want Taurus to really push the limits in terms of the expectation of what's possible for them, because it is possible, because you have a straight and narrow path directly towards it. So really, guys, and I started saying this last year, and it's starting to become really applicable now. This is why I was saying it, okay? You don't want to ask for too little when you could ask for everything, right? Because right now, I feel like those of you who like really ask the universe for, all the money that you really want, or the absolute love of your life, or the perfect house, those of you who are asking for all of the top tier desires in your heart, you're going to start seeing a way for those to really come to you. You're going to start seeing a way that those are actually possible. We always ask, well, how is this going to happen? And what can I do? But those of us who didn't ask those questions and we just said, you know what, universe, I'm just going to put this out there. We're just going to see what happens, and I'm going to hold the space for this. You're going to start to realize that step by step, your intuition is guiding you and pulling you, almost as though it has like a rope attached to your sternum and it's just pulling you forward. And you don't have to even consider the path how, because the path how is just like one stepping stone in front of the other, illuminating. And you're going to be like, holy cow, I'm on this path and I didn't even realize that I ended up here. And I think you're going to start believing in the magic and the miracles a lot more, or you have the potential. Now, a lot of Taurians are going to be watching this, are going to be like, this is dumb. What is she talking about? There is no path. There is no money. There is no lover. and they're going to be in such this 7 of Swords, dark, dank, gross vibe, right? And it's just like, I can't even say the words. Like I'm actually cringing over here saying even the slightest thing negative, because it's just so completely out of date and so completely outmoded. It's really, really not where we want to be. And when, like, for those of you who are cross-watching, if you have a super stuck negative Taurus in your life, who just insists on scarcity, who insists on lack, who insists on the poorness of their situation, if they are there is absolutely nothing you can do to save them, right? They got to save themselves. There's no life raft. There is no lifesaver that you can throw them that they are going to recognize that you can, like, it's just beyond, it's beyond what it is. So you have to just let it be. Okay, and those are the people who are in extreme mental conflict. Now, there can still always be a tendency to get pulled there, not only for Taurus, but for anybody to get pulled there. But ultimately, the choice is to move forward. And I think with the Piscean activation as well, there's a dream-like quality. Mars through Pisces is just such a magical placement. Our imagination can run wild. There's no limits here. We can go big. We can, again, please do not limit your dreams right now. Please do not limit your dreams. Do not, choose quote unquote realistic goals. Now you can, increment yourself up in terms of this Page of Wands, but when it comes to the huge vision of your life, go big, go big, go big. I'm going to keep pushing that. Go big, go big, go big, as big as you possibly can. Because Mercury retrograde, as he moves into the mental realm of Gemini, comes back into the physical realm of Taurus, and then moves back into the mental realm of Gemini, he's going to have like the ideas and then the application option, right, with the earth. And then he's going to pull you back into that mental realm of like, wow, this plan is really coming together. The strategy is really coming together. So just because Mercury is retrograde this month does not mean that you should be confused by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I think the opposite. I think with this Mercury retrograde, it's like the trumpets are really, really ringing pretty loud for you right now. And I think with this Six of Cups, there are a lot of gifts. There are a lot of miracles that the universe is going to be handing to you on a silver platter. It's your decision to see them as miracles, though. Because miracles can sometimes be very small things that we overlook all the time, like something simple like the blossoming of a flower. Miracles like things that we can't even see. Like, I'll never forget this. One time, this was a long time ago, I was at Starbucks, and there was this guy in front of me, and he got really upset because he had been waiting for like 10 minutes for his, like, I don't even know what the heck he ordered. It was like some super sugary sweet with tons of whipped cream type of thing. And he got so mad. And while he was yelling at the barista, the other barista called his name and was like, here, Joe, here's your drink. And he was so mad and angry that he didn't even hear that the other barista had given him his drink. So I went up and I said, here, I think this is yours. And he's like, I don't even want it anymore. And then he stormed out. And the very first thought that I had was like, I bet the universe was protecting him from a car accident. Right? I don't even know where that came from. It was just the very first thought that I had. I was like, that guy was going to get in a car accident. Like, he was being protected and he didn't even know it. And I don't know if it's true or not. There's no way to verify it, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. And so I feel like seeing the miracles in the things that you never could possibly see a miracle in is the way of really receiving more and being in that more allowance kind of mode, which is going to help continually release you from these things that have kept you trapped for far too long. Because I think that these are heavy things. I think these are things that have been ongoing themes in your life. You've been kind of stuck here. There hasn't been a lot of joy in that particular place in your life. And now you are truly, truly ready to make the changes that you say you've been wanting to make for a very long time. And the door is wide freaking open. Wide open for you to walk through. And all you have to do is walk through. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and pull out some oracle. Oh, not oracles. I mean clarifiers, except I just messed up the whole deck here. Okay. Just fine. All right, let's go ahead and clarify. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. I usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all of these cards, so sometimes we get a lot more detail. But let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Wands. So what else does Taurus need to know about what the universe needs from them? So what does the universe need from Taurus right now? What else does Taurus need to know? Hermit reversed, Two of Wands reversed. And Death, beautiful. I like Death. I like the Death card for you guys during eclipse season. I think that's great. And I think you're going to really feel it especially because Scorpio is involved. So we have temperance in the environment. What else does Taurus need to know about their environment right now? The Emperor. The Sun and the Seven of Cups. Beautiful. Okay. Now for the Page of Cups. Clearly this one wants to come out. Okay, Five of Wands. The Wheel of Fortune. And the Four of Wands. We like the Four of Wands upright. You know, obviously that's more celebratory. Oh gosh, man, I cannot hold on to these cards. Hold on one second. Okay, we got the Eight of Swords reversed and another Emperor. Beautiful. So he's mirroring the environment over here. So an external person, someone external from you. And another Eight of Coins. Beautiful. I think you're going to find a lot of joy in Eight of Coins energy, which is like that flow of creativity state. Five of Coins reversed. Yeah, there's determination with that Knight of Coins for sure. Star reversed. And Chariot reversed. A lot of reversals for that one. Now for the Four of Swords reversed. Actually, Four of Wands reversed. I'm sorry. Four of Wands reversed. Death reversed. Ace of Cups reversed. We got a lot of reversals coming out. Four of Coins. Yeah, see what I mean? Like there's definitely something very heavy going on there. Now for the Judgment card. High Priestess, beautiful. Nine of Coins, we love that. And see the Magician, exactly, that's what I'm saying. You guys are the magicians. This is your wheelhouse. This is what you do. This is the whole point of the archetype. The havingness of things. Seven of Swords reversed. Give us some good news. Yes, we got the Eight of Wands. Beautiful. We've got Queen of Swords reversed. A person external from you, for sure. And Queen of Wands. That's you. Four of Swords reversed. Three of Wands reversed. And another Seven of Swords. So this very much connected with the Seven of Swords here. Three of Coins reversed. The Hierophant, there's the Taurus card. We love that. And Seven of Wands. This beautiful Six of Cups with the Two of Wands. Okay, and Five of Swords reversed, Two of Swords, and the King of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Beautiful. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. Definitely a lot of stuff to talk about here. So if you want to join me, again, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much, Taurus. Happy, happy birthday. You guys know I love you. Have a great month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. Also, before we begin, happy birthday to all of the May Geminis out there. I really hope you guys get to do something really wonderful and amazing for your special day because you absolutely deserve it. So we begin with the Queen of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, this is a very high level perspective, diplomatic, decisive energy. She's very capable of connecting with her higher self or her divinity or God, source, spirit, whatever you want to refer to it as. She's very capable of connecting intuitively to that higher self and making decisions in certainty while remaining in very mysterious places, okay? She's very comfortable within the uncertainty because of her anchoredness with the divine. And I think with the environment being the moon energy, you have to understand that your life is a very mysterious unfolding right now. And while there may be things that you are certain of, like when you look at, your bank account, you can be certain of what that is. When you look around at your home, you can be certain that that is where it is. That there is some kind of substance to where you are. Yet where you are going is still kind of illuminating just sort of one stepping stone at a time. And I think the people, places, and things in your life, right? Your career path, your financial situation, your relationships, both romantic, friendship, family dynamics with your children, all sorts of circumstances that you have in your life are really pointing and guiding you toward this path toward wholeness. And when we have the moon energy, there's deep spiritual and kind of healing compounds, okay? There's kind of a remembrance, if you will, a remembering of who you truly are, a remembering of your connection, a remembering of love, like true, universal, unconditional love. And there's this energy of not feeling so separate. And I feel like you are more anchored and more tethered than you have ever been. And yet you are also in the most mysterious place that you've ever been as well. That the future of your life is this giant question mark. I actually used to call the moon card. I used to say this over and over when I was first beginning the tarot. My tarot channel was like, the moon is like the big question mark of the tarot. It's just kind of, there's so many unanswered questions, but I don't think that you are really in a position of asking questions because you realize how much resistance is present when you're asking questions. A Queen of Swords does not ask questions. She is anchored in her knowingness. She is anchored in her wisdom of how life unfolds and her experience of how life unfolds. And so when it comes to the how and the from where is this going to come? How is this going to happen? What do I need to do? When it comes to those questions, she really cuts those out of her mind because she realizes how uphill that kind of thinking really is. And she sinks into her creation energy, which I love, this dream time creation, especially during eclipse season right now. We've got a lot of 12th house activity going on for you guys. We've got this third eye chakra energy coming out. So you guys are in a very receptive mode right now, being able to truly receive whatever it is you need at this time. And it's not a matter of receiving what you expect to receive, but more so allowing your path to be more malleable, allowing your path to be changeable and flexible, which is great during a Mercury retrograde, which is happening this month, right? On the 10th, Mercury goes retrograde at 4 degrees of Gemini, which is obviously, in its home environment, its rulership. So it's going to be going back into Taurus as well. Now, we also have this, you're very close to achieving your goal card, which says, look, Gemini, I know you can't see the path right now, moon energy. We know you can't see the path. We know you don't know how this is going to come to be. We know you don't know where the money is going to come from. We know you don't know where the love of your life is going to come from. But that is completely irrelevant. right? This is just confirmation that your goals, the universe is reconstructing itself in a very specific way, in a very specific pattern, responding to your energy, responding to your Queen of Swords energy, which is your vibration, which is your emotional state. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Annie's too big to be on the table now. As much as we love her, she's too distracting. But it's responding to your vibration. It's responding to your emotional state. So this is when, really curating your own thoughts, curating your emotions, curating and very specifically choosing the frequencies that you align to is so critical. Okay? Because we don't want to accidentally attune to something that we don't ultimately want. There's a lot of happiness and joy coming out in this particular 9-card block. So that's the frequency that we really need to be focusing on. Now over here, we also have 4th house home. Now you don't have any activity going on in Virgo right now. However, there is still Mars in the 10th house, right? Mars coming into a conjunction with Neptune in the 10th house in Pisces will aspect the 4th house. So there's a deep-rooted connection between your home environment, right, and your kind of emotional security and your sort of contribution to humanity, which is what I call the 10th house. This is kind of your path, if you will. And I think you will probably be spending a little bit more time at home in your emotionally secure environment here, kind of really just relaxing and dreaming, dream time, okay, third eye chakra, dreaming, meditating, getting imaginative. We've got the North Node, we've got the eclipses in the 12th house on April 30th, and then we've got eclipses in the 6th house on the 16th. In Scorpio. So, being at home, being immersive, allowing yourself to just really, really connect with the deepest emotional parts of yourself, and ensuring that you're feeling your best and surrendering, which we have a card of surrender here, surrendering to the guidance that you are absolutely receiving and not resisting the guidance that you are receiving. And the guidance you're going to be receiving, 9 of Cups, is going to come through desire, okay? And there may be things that you want, but when you're truly surrendered, you're like, yeah, but maybe I really don't want it. Like you feel like you're supposed to want certain things. But this is a month where you really can just come to grips with, it's like peeling through any artificial layers, any sort of societal and cultural conditioning, and really getting into the true core of cores of you. What do you want? And surrendering to that desire fully. Because I feel like when you truly surrender to the desire of what you want. Now, I'm not talking about I want a new Lamborghini because it's, like the ego boot. I'm not talking about validation. I'm not talking about superficial things. You can still want material things. We've got tons of Taurus activity. We've got a North Node in Taurus. So materialism is absolutely a part of it. So I'm not saying don't desire material things. You can, and maybe you should, right? Maybe you should allow yourself to desire those things, okay? If there's been any denial of that in your life at all. But it may not be that at all. It might be romantic relationships. It might be to have a child. It might be to find a soul family, a tribe. It might be to, have a more beautiful home. It might be to have a more fulfilling career. So you have to really get in touch with the you of yous. And what is this desire that is burning? Because I feel that there have been seeds that have been planted. And those seeds are becoming more and more undeniable now. And sometimes when we have a specific desire from the soul, our ego wants to kind of go in a different direction, right? Because it's like, well, I really want to be a stay-at-home mom, right? Maybe that's a desire that you have. I really want to be a stay-at-home mom and I don't want to have to work. But then your ego and everyone around you and everything else is like, yeah, but you're not going to be fulfilled by that. And yeah, but you really should work hard and you can earn more money and then you'll be able to support your children more. And And so there's this push-pull. There's this, kind of resistance or separation going on internally. But when there's this surrendered energy with the star, you are fully in alignment here. And I feel like May has the potential, if you want it, because of the eclipses, because of Uranus, because of the amount of powerful change that both Uranus, Taurus, Scorpio, the nodes, all the eclipses, everything, they're really demanding that transformation. They're demanding that revolution in your life. And part of that revolution is just sinking into you want what you want. And 9 of Coins is a suggestion that says, look, Gemini, this is all in the cards for you. And sometimes I look at these tarot cards as promises, that there are promises that come through that say, hey, if you can align to this purity in your heart and you can truly surrender to the creations that you can't really help but create, because look, this Queen of Swords, she's really connected. Sometimes I look at this sword, she's up high on a mountaintop, she's got that sword pointing up to the heavens, and I kind of feel like it's like a lightning rod sometimes. And she's just there collecting electric energy. She's there collecting power. She's there collecting, it's like an antenna. She's collecting the signal. All right. And so that signal is now being translated and interpreted by you in very specific ways. And this 9 of Coins says, look, this is something you could actually have. Gemini, you could have this thing. It doesn't have to remain in the metaphysical realm. This is something that can transfer into the physical. And that's something that's so beautiful about this Mercury retrograde that's going from Gemini back into Taurus, right? It's so beautiful because we're learning the connection between the mental realm, the mind, and the physical, and how we can manifest physically through the power of the mind. And there's not a lot of action involved with this. This is kind of like a direct translation. You align your thoughts and your vibration, right? Air element, and it comes forth in earth. And using your thoughts very specifically to instill certain emotion as well, right? If you're in a state of emotion that doesn't feel good, or you're surrounded by people who don't feel good, to make the changes needed. And I think that's what the moon energy has a lot to do with, this mysterious place, right? Because the universe is asking you to detour, and I see that with the Chariot reversed. There is a detour involved in your life right now. There are now detour does not necessarily mean you're going to be changing your external world. It could just be changing your internal monologue. You're turning your boat around, right? You're changing the way you talk to yourself. You're changing the way you feel about yourself. You're changing the way that you emote, right? Your emotions. You're changing the way you are being. You are changing your very beingness. And I think that's a tough thing to do, and it takes a lot of courage to be able to do that, because I feel that there's sacrifice. 4 of Cups. Now, 4 of Cups is not a card I normally use the word sacrifice for. But when I'm looking at this sort of little mini Ace of Cups right here, I see a little mini Ace of Cups, and we've got 3 other cups here. There are absolutely things that you're going to have to turn away or sacrifice for the sake of the 10 of Cups, which is the ultimate in emotional satisfaction, which is the ultimate in joy and peace and serenity and just goodness and the sweetness of life. And that's the mysterious place. Turning away the opportunities that don't align fully with what this desire truly is. And when a person is fully surrendered to a soul level desire and they start making decisions accordingly, I cannot tell you how quickly that desire will manifest in reality. I feel like Gemini is just a few small decisions away from an entirely different life. Now, some of you are very happy with your life as it is. I'm not saying you're going to be in complete, disarray and uprooting your entire life and changing everything about your life. It may just be one thing, one area, one circumstance, whatever it is, but you're just a few small decisions away. And I see very little action here, if I'm being completely honest with you. I don't know that there's a lot that you need to do. This is about beingness. And I think that's kind of where the superpower thing comes in. The magician energy comes in here. Because 7 of coins versus a 9 of coins, very different vibes, right? Here she is in this very abundant garden. She's fulfilled. She's relaxed. She is at ease. She is overly abundant, right? She has more than enough, and she gives a lot. She's charitable. She acts as a channel or a flow through. The universe can work through her, 9 of coins. Whereas the 7 of coins is more about getting. It's more about collecting. You work hard, you save the money, you invest the money, you do smart things with the money, you get. But there's still like this sort of stagnant quality there that just kind of feels, I don't know, like it doesn't feel the way a 9 of coins feels. It doesn't feel at ease. It doesn't feel satisfied. There's plenty of reason to be satisfied. There's plenty of reason to be grateful. But through that modality, through that effort, through that hard work, through that blood, sweat, and tears, is it truly gratifying? And I feel with this 3 of Cups, I love the 3 of Cups in line with the star, because I feel like there's like this letting loose, a Gemini just sort of letting loose and saying, you know what? I just need to go have some fun. I need to align with people who are having fun. I need to align with people who are in a high vibrational state. Now, those people may be far and few between for you right now, because with the 5 of Wands right here, it tells me that there are people who are still in a state of significant resistance within themselves. And they project that resistance through their own judgments and through interpretations of things and through guilt and shame and fear that they very much feel. And I think it's a reflection of how you may have felt in certain circumstances in the past, and you realize how far you've come. You realize how far you have outgrown or are currently outgrowing that. And as much as you may want to go have fun, now please go have fun. Like if you have super high vibrational people that bring joy into your life, that is absolutely a social circle that you should be with, right? We've got Venus coming into Aries, which activates your 11th house. We've got Jupiter coming into Aries as well. So friends and groups of people is absolutely going to be a point of focus for you. And there's going to be a lot of good blessings that come through that. However, if you're trying to connect with your old circle, I'm feeling a little, hedonism, if you will, or a lot of good people that still haven't truly connected with their higher self, and they're still operating in a more dense world. You're not operating in a dense world as a Queen of Swords. Like, I'm sorry, but you're in a very low density up there in the clouds, okay? It's a very low density, and things move very quickly up here. Things evolve and change and become very quickly in this upper realm. And I feel a heaviness here with these. It's very weighted, it's very pulled down, and it's going to be very difficult to integrate your energy with those people right now. And I think that's why this home environment is so important, is because this is where you have a little bit more control over your vibration, over your essence, if you will. You can be in your essence more easily in a more controlled environment. Because I think there's a lot of things going on with people who are on the more, spiritual growth track. Now, just because you're on a spiritual track does not mean you don't have worldly ambitions, okay? You can have both. But you're realizing how interconnected they really are and how they truly interconnect. And the more you grow spiritually, the more you grow with love, the more you grow financially, and the more you grow in terms of your value and your career and whatever else, right? The more you grow in all areas. So when you start talking about love and alignment, love and light and all that, when you start talking about all that, there's definitely a group of people that are going to try to call BS on you. And I think what you're just going to feel for them is more love, because you kind of see that that's what they truly need. Because you're at a point now where you can't even really judge. You can't judge them because all you have is love for them, because you see yourself in them in the way that the divine sees itself in you. And I think that this is a beautiful turning point for Gemini in terms of spiritual growth that will impact multiple areas of your life. And the more surrendered you are to your deepest, truest soul level desires, the more likely you are to have success, worldly success that you seek. It's a big month. It's a really big month, and there's a lot of really good things that are possible. So let's pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes approximately about these cards, so you definitely get a much longer reading. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. So let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Swords. So this represents what the universe needs from you. So what else does Gemini need to know about what the universe needs from you? Oh, High Priestess, I love it. I love that connection. I love the moon as well, because that came out in the environment. We have the Two of Cups. And a King of Cups. Beautiful. Now we're going to take a look at the environment. What else is going on around Gemini externally? What else is going on around Gemini externally that we need to know? Okay. A Knight of Coins. Oh, beautiful. 10 of Cups. And 7 of Cups. Did I put reverse? Okay, we got reversals in. All right, so let's take a look at this 9 of Cups. Oh my gosh, we got another 10 of Cups. Officially, this is the strongest card in the reading, the 10 of Cups. So the whole essence of this entire reading really comes down to being really, really happy. This is where the universe is trying to guide you. Okay, we got another 7 of Coins. We've got a Knight of Swords, which is the Gemini card, which is beautiful. We love that that's coming out. We have the Star. What else do we need to know about the Star? Oh my gosh, another 9 of Coins, which is right there. 9 of Swords. That's where the resistance in your life has been. Queen of Coins. The Star energy has been where you have had resistance. Okay, we've got Justice. We've got 6 of Swords. And we've got 10 of Swords reversed. Beautiful. I'm really happy for that 10 of Swords being reversed. Oh my gosh, the 10 of coins, you guys. 10 of cups, 10 of coins. This is like all the best of the best stuff. I got the devil. High priestess reversed. Oh, let's see, something flipped over. Where'd it go? Okay, we got another 5 of wands. Which mirrors that one there. Judgment. 4 of wands. Two of cups reversed. The sun. Temperance. 7 of wands reversed. Ace of coins reversed. And the hanged man. The emperor. Whoa, these just keep flipping over. 5 of swords. The empress. King of wands. Chariot. And the Wheel of Fortune reversed. Bottom of the deck is the 6 of wands reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join to go over all these cards, you are more than welcome. If not, I wish you an amazing May. I hope you guys have an amazing birthday. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, whenever a page comes out in this particular position, right? Because in this particular position, I'm only pulling king, queens, knights, or pages. Okay, so it's just all the court cards. So when a page comes out, it signifies some quality of humility, okay? And an openness and a willingness to learn and to be available to really a lot of different potentials, to be open to what might come and to be open to new paths that may vary greatly from what you would originally envisioned for yourself. Page of Cups is, of course, a fellow water energy, right? You're a water sign. We have a water element with the cups. And I often feel that there's a quality of the unexpected with the Page of Cups as well. That sometimes you receive little messages or little synchronicities, or certain people come out of the woodwork, or, you know, whatever it is that you just never could have planned for. And I think it's that reminder of the beautiful, like the simpleness and yet the complexity of the universal tapestry. And that keeps us humble, because I sense that there is a significant level of alignment happening for you, Cancer, and I felt that last month as well. But this month I'm feeling a little bit more of a fight against it. But yet everything in your environment, people, places, things, is really pushing you into this Fool energy. There is a new beginning here for you somewhere, Cancer. I don't quite know exactly where that is or where that lies for you in your own individual life. But I do know that you are expanding substantially. And I think there are a lot of things that don't make sense or that won't make sense in this moment. It'll make sense later, but it won't make sense now. Certain situations are pushing you out of certain frequencies because you are meant to grow. Certain people are needing to behave in a certain way specifically to get you to grow. All right, so everything is for you in this moment. It's potential for a little bit of drama this month, right? Because we've got the eclipses, right? We're going to have the first eclipse on April 30th, right? With the new moon in Taurus. We're going to have the full moon in Scorpio eclipse, which is going to be really, really intense at 25 degrees of Scorpio. So there's going to be a lot of power to that eclipse. And we are evolving. We're all evolving. And there's going to be a little bit of drama. And the people who are willing to grow are going to have to kind of be the bigger person here. Now we have this card here that says, look at the bigger picture, which can be hard sometimes, right? But I think it's the humility of the Page of Cups that is actually going to enable you to be able to see the bigger picture. Sometimes that's not always easy, to be able to elevate yourself out of a situation and to see the best in something. But I'm going to tell you something. It is all for the best. The Fool is a very, it's a very positive energy to get. It's unauspicious. Let's call it that. Excuse me. It's very auspicious. So there's goodness here, even if you cannot perceive it. Discontent and boredom. Now, that's an interesting card to get, especially when we're being shaken up so much with this Uranus energy, with this April 30th new moon eclipse in Taurus. Boredom is a symptom of, kind of like it's time for growth, right? So it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with your life, but it is a symptom that you're needing change. You're needing that evolution. And we have this Death card over here, which always signifies transition. It always signifies an ending of an era, an ending of a time in life where we just simply cannot continue down a specific path. And clearly, everything is pushing you toward this Fool energy. Everything, which is why the universe needs you to be very unstubborn and to get your ego out of the way so that you can actually take those first steps into the Fool energy. We have this Mercury card, okay, which we do have a Mercury retrograde that's officially happening on the 10th at 4 degrees of Gemini, which is 12th house activation for you. So there's more going on, right? 12th house is a very boundless or boundaryless house. So when Mercury goes retrograde here, your connection with the divine, the veil is very, very thin. So you're going to be able to receive a lot of information from your higher self more easily, meaning your intuition is going to be a lot more on point. It's going to be, like little spidey senses, which you're highly intuitive anyway. So this is kind of like that added extra. And I think you're going to feel compelled to move in certain directions that you potentially never really thought was going to be a part of your path. And I do think there are going to be some very unexpected things that happen for you throughout the course of May, which might be pretty incredible for you. Okay? I'm going to get to this Love and Compassion card later on. Now, I don't see a lot of drama specifically in the cards with other people. I just know that astrologically there could be some stuff, but I don't necessarily see that. Most of what I'm seeing here is about you truly embracing this sort of new idea of your life that seems to be unfolding. Because I think look at the bigger picture. The picture of everything is starting to change. Now, I'm going to start with the Star card because the Star was a big presence last month through April. Kept coming out. I think it came out in every single reading, the Star card, and it's kind of coming out in every single reading this month as well. So far, I've only done 3, but so far it's come out every single time. And the Star is that reminder of look, there's something a lot bigger than you that is extending itself through you, right? You are a direct link, a direct connection with Source. And you have the ability and you have the power to create worlds. And you can channel that and you can learn how to use that and you can learn how to really bring the absolute best into your life at any moment. And sometimes that requires sacrifice. Sometimes that requires letting go of an ego, letting go of an identity, letting go of a sense of self, which can be very scary. Now, I'm not saying an ego is particularly bad, all right? It's only when it's like in fear, or when there's guilt and shame, and when it relives its traumas, and when it lives in the past, and when it projects negativity into the future, and when it projects judgments and perceptions and interpretations all over everything, right? And I think that this star card truly represents a freedom from all of that. And it represents an alignment with this love and compassion, which is why I was waiting for this card a little bit, right? Because this love and compassion, I think, is one of the hardest lessons for a human being to truly learn. Compassion kind of melts away all of the unuseful things that your ego feels trapped in. And it opens you up into this beautiful unknown expanse of infinite space, of infinite now, of infinite moments, of infinite everything, of infinite resources especially. And when you have access to the infinite, that is an extraordinary power. One that a human being may shy away from. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is I'm looking at this Knight of Swords. Now, when I pulled these cards out, it was the Ace of Cups first, Ace of Cups reversed first, then the Knight of Swords, and then the Star. But the story to me says you're running away from the star energy toward an empty cup. I wanted to start with the Star because it's that reminder that that is always there and that can never not be there. So it's only a mere matter of choice whether you choose to access this infinite, resourceful universe, or if you want to chase empty cups. Now, empty cups can be pretty much anything, right? It could be relationships that are not healthy. It could be chasing materialistic idols. It could be anything that really doesn't serve your highest good. I feel like that empty cup is like a trap. It's like something that looks very beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, it is not so pretty. And yet here's this Knight of Swords charging forward towards it. And I don't necessarily see a defensive energy. I see a go-get energy. So this is something to pay attention to. And this is why the Page of Cups... I'm so sorry for the cough, guys. This is why the Page of Cups is so critical. It's that humility in recognizing where you are charging forward with something that might be rooted in a lot of judgment, in a lot of perception, in a lot of interpretation, and not necessarily in a true reality. And when I say a true reality, I mean something that is rooted in love and compassion, something that is rooted in the divine. There's a false sense of safety with this Ace of Cups reversed. It's like, well, I'm going to go get that new job because, I really need that extra bump up in salary or something, right? And then you get to that new company and the whole company morale is like terrible, and therefore it's really bad for your spirit. It's kind of like that. Something that looks shiny on the outside but is not so pretty on the inside. So you'll have to be careful about what it is you chase and what it is you project onto things, thinking that they may be a certain way rather than really tapping into this instead. Because when you're tapping into this Fool energy comes very natural. The next steps unfold, you take the next steps, you move forward, there's inspired action, you feel restful, you feel at ease, you feel at peace, you have a sense of serenity, whereas this is very much the opposite. Mercury is working in your favor here because it is delivering you information, but you must be in this humble place in order to receive that. And the changes that you're making, right, really have a lot to do with really never going back to how you used to be. And that may mean leaving certain relationships behind. It may mean, leaving a company. And I feel like it's more about closing things out more than it is about opening new things. I don't necessarily see this Fool as having a specific path in front of him. I don't necessarily see this Fool as having a destination. I don't see the Star as being a destination. It has nothing to do with destinations. This is not about where you're going per se. See, that's what this Knight of Swords is all about. He's going somewhere very specific because he has an idea about where this destination is or what this destination is. But this is destination-less. Without destination and completely obliterating even the idea of a destination and just saying, I'm just going to go forward. And that's scary. That's why you need the humility. That's scary. For an ego, especially. It's trying to keep you safe. This is not safe in a worldly sense, but as it is extraordinarily safe in a divine sense. Okay? And I look at this Knight. Now you got a lot of Knights. You got the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Coins, you got the Knight of Cups. And I feel like these are all sort of little aspects of you as well. All right? Similar to the Page of Cups. Now the Knight of Coins is a little bit more industrious, okay? A Knight of Coins thinks things through, moves forward, but he's also more practical. I don't see a lot of practicality with the Knight of Swords a lot. It can be highly intelligent when it needs to be, but I'm not getting that vibe from him right now. I feel like he's a little bit brash and a little impulsive, and is operating more from fleeting feelings and emotion than he is from a true sense of connection with the divine. Whereas with this Knight of Coins, the vibe that I'm getting as he's moving toward the Ace of Wands upright. Now, if this was upright, it'd be a totally different story, but it's not. It's reversed. This is upright. The Ace of Wands goes beautifully with the Fool and the Star. I feel like these are kind of one and of the same in their own way. And the Ace of Wands is a new adventure. It is a new passion. It is a new, relationship that's beginning. It is a new path, either on your own or with someone else. There's a new flame. There's a new desire in your heart, a desire for a new venture or a new adventure, right? There's a quality of something fresh. And I think it's the freshness that this Knight of Coins is saying, you know what, discontent and boredom, these are all mutable energies being presented here. Knights represent, we got Gemini, Virgo, Pisces. So there's a lot of this mutable quality. Mutable energy is all about transition. And when it comes to new things and taking new risks, mutables are really, really, really good at that. And because we have Mars in Pisces right now, I think this is a really great time to be making these transitions. And it is a transition. Again, remember, it's not a destination. It's just a movement from one thing to the next. And this Ace of Wands says, follow that burning desire, follow that passion, follow that energy, allow that energy to gain momentum. And that's one thing a Knight of Coins is very good at, is building momentum. He knows, he understands that when you stack one brick on top of the other, then eventually you're going to have a gigantic wall or a building or a castle, right? He understands that it takes one brick at a time, and that's the only way to build it. And he's willing to put one foot in front of the other toward a passion, toward a desire, because he sees the fun in the desire itself. Remember, it's not about a destination. It's not really about the castle. It's about the fun of building the castle. And I look at this Ace of Wands. Isn't that what we all want, right? The thing in our life, or the energy, or the connection with the vital energy source that just makes the everyday super fun, the mundane super fun. Because when we have this Libra, or this, it is a Libra card, but it's I want to say Liberty, the Justice card. I want to say Liberty. The Justice card is coming out here, and the scales are balanced. In this artwork, the scales are balanced. And I feel that there's a massive adjustment happening for Cancer right now. And I think this has a lot to do with Pluto finishing out the transit in Capricorn opposite from you. Okay, you guys got hit really hard with all the Capricorn stuff through opposition. That's very difficult. Oppositions are really, really hard. Now Capricorn is almost entirely clear. We've only got Pluto in there. Pluto's in retrograde, and it's finishing out the last degrees over the next few years. Through 2023 and 2024, you're going to notice this heaviness sort of slowly dissipate. Okay? And I feel like you're starting to see the power of balance in your life, the power of evenness, the power of internal unity. Right? This internal unity is so beautiful because it's what's required here. It's your wholeness. There's a lot of healing that comes through the star energy. And healing is just like a remembrance of love. Because where there is love, there cannot be that feeling of separation and there can't be like illness, right? There can't be dis-ease there. There must be wholeness. There must be health. There must be goodness. And I feel like there's a lot of healing for you emotionally, psychologically, physically, spiritually. And as that is happening, there's a dissipation of all of the lower frequency energies, and you are becoming more and more whole. Your own internal scales are balancing out beautifully. And when that happens, there's this Eight of Wands, very swift energy, very swift movement, very swift transitioning that is happening. And it's leading you towards something incredibly beautiful. Now we have this Knight of Cups here, which again, I feel is an element of yourself. Now you may notice these kinds of things in other people too, but if you're seeing things in other people, this is where the Page of Cups comes in very handy. If you're seeing things in other people, there is an aspect of self that is being highlighted for you for educational purposes, okay, in order for you to come into a higher level of wisdom within yourself. So you pay attention. You can pay attention to other people, but don't for 1 second ever think that it has anything to do with them. They're here to show you something. They're here to teach you something. I'm not saying you're just like them. I'm not saying that you are them. I'm saying that there's a reflection going on that will be useful for you. There are messages that you are meant to receive through other personalities, okay? Knight of Cups energy, Pisces energy. We've got Mars through Pisces. Venus is officially going to be in Aries. Jupiter is going to be coming into Aries. So we're not so heavily in Pisces anymore, but Mars is still there. That's why there's all this expansion going on, because it's 9th house activation for you. So there's this, quality of expansive consciousness and really, connecting with the divine in a more spiritual way. The Knight of Cups is very limitless. He's boundless, highly creative, loves to connect via music and poetry. There is that rose-colored glasses quality coming out, which means like it's a really, really, really good idea to start seeing the best in things, to start seeing the best in potential outcomes, to allow yourself the happiness, to allow yourself the joy, the money, the good things, that everything that life has to truly offer. And I look at this Four of Wands and I see you having a true reason to really celebrate. There's really good things coming your way if they haven't already come. I think a lot of Cancerians have been enjoying really, really great things in their lives. I've seen multiple Cancerians get married. I've seen, one personal friend getting pregnant and super, super happy. There's just a lot of cause for celebration of the miracle that is life itself. The miracle of the unfoldment of life itself, the miracle of healing, the miracle of joy, the miracle of love. And you are learning a lot about love this month, and I think that you're going to feel, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, I feel like your heart is really opening, that there is no iciness in your heart. This hard crab shell, is just kind of like breaking open, and you're exposing your vulnerability here, that there's a true softness showing through. And I think it's so beautiful because it's very allowing, it's very receiving, it's very receptive. And while there are times to be more in that yang energy or more in that masculine energy, right now with the eclipses going on, I feel like it's so critical to be more in the yin or in the more divine feminine qualities right now, just simply because of what will be potentially changing for you. And I look at this Four of Wands and everything is on the table for you. It can be a marriage or a love of your life entering. It can be the money. It can be career changes. It can be buying a new home. It can be a pregnancy if that's what you want. And again, with the Knight of Cups, put on those rose-colored glasses and just start looking at the world as though it truly is the most amazing miracle that you have ever experienced. And it will become the most amazing miracle that you will have ever experienced. Without question. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for the comprehensive will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Sometimes new little storylines sort of emerge from there. But let's take a look at this Page of Cups, which is what else does the universe need from Cancer right now? What else does the universe need from Cancer? We have the Four of Swords. The Wheel of Fortune, beautiful. And I feel like this one, the shadow side reversed, which is like the Devil reversed. Now for the environment, Three of Coins reversed. Five of Swords. There's the drama from the external world. And the Four of Wands reversed. Okay. The only way that you're going to find this stability is if you create it internally. This is your direct link with the divine. Okay, now for this Ace of Cups reversed. What else do we need to know about this Ace of Cups reversed? Temperance. Judgment. Well, a lot of major arcana coming out for that Ace of Cups. 3 major arcana to clarify that one. That's what I mean. It's kind of like this big deal. And then we have, Eight of Cups for the Knight of Swords. Queen of Coins, looking straight at the Star card. Oh, I didn't mean to grab 2, but I grabbed 2. So we got the Five of Swords reversed and the Wheel of Fortune. Beautiful. Now let's look at this Star. Oh my gosh, amazing. I love that. There's something magical happening for Cancer. Things are really shifting for you guys. The Empress. And Four of Cups. Five of Cups. Three of Wands. Death. Another Death card. You've got a couple Death cards. Seven of Wands. Ace of Swords. Wow, a lot of pushback against that against that Ace of Wands. Oh, Justice on top of Justice. Two of Wands. And another Fool. Two of Coins reversed. The Hermit. Eight of Wands on top of Eight of Wands. See, I like this Ace of Cups upright. Beautiful. Nine of Coins upright. Sun. Seven of Cups reversed. Queen of Cups reversed. Knight of Wands reversed. We officially got every single Knight card. And then we also have the Four of Coins. Okay. So this is where, Ace of Wands, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. Okay. So if you want to join, you're absolutely more than welcome. I hope to see you there. But if not, I hope you have an amazing May. You guys know I love you, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So this month we begin the reading off with the Queen of Swords, which is the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you right now. So the Queen of Swords energy is really what needs to be at the forefront of your mind as you move through this month. Now remember, right, April 30th, we have the new Moon Eclipse in Taurus around 10 degrees. And then on the 16th, we have the full moon eclipse at 25 degrees of Scorpio. So we have these eclipses in your 10th house and your 4th house, which are really powerful houses. And then we also have Venus and Jupiter moving into Aries, which will activate your 9th house as well. So in light of all of that, okay, these eclipses are going to be very powerful, specifically the full moon eclipse in Scorpio. There is this quality here of decisiveness and detachment as well, okay? Because what I'm sensing is that your soul or your heart is really yearning for expansion. We have this Sagittarius card of expansion. It says expand here, okay? You're wanting more of something. Or you're wanting to experience something you've never experienced. Maybe not even more of something you already have, but something else. There is something else that you are seeking or that you are yearning for. And the Queen of Swords honors that. She says, this is what I want. She's very truthful. And it's not from an ego place, guys. When I talk about desire, when I talk about wanting, it's not like, you're trying to like fill some kind of a void, right? This is from a deeper knowing place. And she doesn't really think that much about strategy in terms of how to go about doing things. Her superpower is really more in the acceptance of the desire itself. She has this capacity to just own it and to be very strong and to sit firmly in what drives her. And she doesn't make a lot of excuses, and she doesn't spend a lot of time telling herself stories that are not helpful. Okay? Because in the environment, we have the Fool card. And what this tells me is that people, places, and things, I'm going to keep this very generic, okay? People, places, and things in your life are really like hurting you or channeling you into this very specific new beginning, which is, kind of the generic phrase we use for the Fool card, right? It's moving you into this new pathway of some kind. And it's not to say that your life is going to be bad or anything, but there are going to be more and more and more reasons why this path becomes inevitable for you. And the Queen of Swords, I think she already knows that that's where she's headed. She already knows that that's the change she needs to make. She already knows that this is the path that, that really is the inevitable one. She doesn't fight it. And there's no fight with the Fool at all. A lot of people around you might not like it. A lot of people may feel a little confused as to why you're going in that new direction, or why you're expanding in that way, or why you're making that certain change. But again, this is not about making any justifications or rationalizations whatsoever. In fact, I see the Queen of Swords as being a very quiet energy. We do have a Mercury going retrograde this month. On the 10th, it goes retrograde at 4 degrees of Gemini, and then it retrogrades back into the 10th house. These houses, while there's a lot of public involvement here, when it really comes to your mission in life and it comes to your path, while you can associate and collaborate with people, ultimately, though, people don't really have a lot to do with anything going on here. This is about your choices. It's about the time, the way you choose to spend your time. It's about the direction that you choose to go and what you choose to contribute to humanity. And it's about taking the ownership of that. Now we have this card over here that says fulfillment of wishes, and we have a new moon promise card. And I love the new moon, especially with the new moon eclipse on the 30th of April in Taurus with Uranus involved, because I do feel like the universe, via the tarot cards here in my spread, are promising you that your wishes will be fulfilled. And we have this confidence card here as well that says, Leo, please be confident that your wishes will be fulfilled. See, one of the things that I think people do, which is very detrimental, is they cast a wish and then they immediately kill it with, well, then that means that I have to work really, really hard and I have to do this and I have to put this together and I have to sell this and I have to earn this money so I can do that and I can go here and then I can meet that person and then this can happen, right? They have this whole like outline of everything, that must be done, and it just kind of really creates a lot of density through, you can do it that way. And a lot of people do succeed that way, but it creates a density. It creates this murkiness to go through. And the Queen of Swords is well above the murkiness, okay? And she operates in the more mental realm, which is why she's so confident in her desires. And this conclusions are within reach card, full moon eclipse, which we are actually having a full moon eclipse, is going to kind of confirm or validate you in some way. I'm sure you will receive some validation within yourself that what it is that you are asking for is ultimately an inevitability for you. And I'm hoping, and I remember saying this a lot last year, you have to go big with these dreams, guys. You have to ask for the biggest of the big. And I look at this Two of Wands and I feel like there is something big you want to ask for. There's a big amount of money that you want. There's a big lover that you want. There's a big marriage. There's a big, having children. There's a big ask that you have. And right now is a really, really good time to ask, because we're in Taurus season. A lot of people shy away from doing ceremonies and things on eclipses because of the dark energies, whatever. I personally, I don't really agree with that because it is a potent energy to work with, and I would say just use it for more long-term things or bigger, more life-oriented things rather than short-term manifestation type things. But you can do whatever you want. A lot of people disagree with me on, and that's totally fine. But I would never stop asking just because there's an eclipse going on. I would never halt the energy. I would keep the momentum going. And I see that with the Eight of Wands. Make the big ask and allow yourself to dream and allow yourself to think about it. Allow yourself to truly align frequentially, right, with your frequency, with your vibration, with your thoughts, with your emotion, to really, really come into a knowingness of this thing that you want, right? To relive it in your mind over and over, but not in a desperate way, but in an appreciative way, as though you already have it. Nine of Cups, which we know that that's kind of like the key or the secret to, bringing things into your life. You have to align with it. But if you are thinking about something and immediately creating a resistance to it by coming up with a lot of justifications and rationalizations as to why you can't have it, then all of this becomes completely void and irrelevant, all this stuff that I'm saying, because you're sort of killing it before it really even gains any momentum. But this is a month where you actually can generate huge amounts of momentum with a specific frequency in terms of this vision that you have. And I know that your vision with North Node coming through the 10th house, with Uranus, with the sun coming through the 10th house, all this 10th house activity plus the 9th house activation with Venus and Jupiter, there's just this kind of quality. Actually, let's just go through all of this, because as I'm really looking, I'm like, wow, you have most of the planets are all in your upper hemisphere, houses 7 through 12, with the exception of the South Node and Pluto, right? So all the other planets are in the 7th through the 12th houses, external world type of stuff. And this has a lot to do with your place in the world. It has a lot to do with your relationships, with your contribution, with your higher level understanding of things. And so, of course, there's going to be this desire to really push boundaries and to feel like you are contributing more. And sometimes in order to contribute more, you also want to get more. But it doesn't mean you're not appreciative of what is now with the 9 of Cups, right? Appreciation, it's perfectly acceptable to be 100% grateful and appreciative of everything exactly as it is right now and still want more. And I feel like that's kind of really what's going on here, is this actual gratitude here with the 9 of Cups and feeling very proud, right? And I think that you have a lot of reason to be very proud of your life, right? To be proud of your families, to be proud of your career, to be proud of the progress that you've made. And I think that can be used, that can be leveraged in a really powerful, potent way to support this desire for expansion, so that these grander wishes that you have actually are more likely to come. And see, what's really beautiful about this Fool energy with the environment is the more and more restriction you experience with other people, the more free you become. It's kind of like going in the other direction because you see the results of going in the direction of being restrained. And so you push against restraint and it sets you free. And you get into this state of allowing and allowing and allowing and allowing. And I think that this is an opportunity for you not only to get more in tune with your own energy and to consciously create things energetically through the power of mind, through the power of imagination, through the power of visualization, through feeling and all of that. And just generally create a happier life for yourself. And I look at the 9 of Coins in the very center of the reading, and perfectly here, fulfillment of wishes. Like, this is about the havingness of things. And when you witness people who are so attuned to the scarcity and attuned to the fear and attuned to this illusion in which they've trapped themselves in, it grounds you more firmly in reality. The true reality, which is rooted in love and infinite resources. And I actually look at this Fool and I feel like, oh, how safe you are. Confidence, especially. How safe you are, Leo. And with the High Priestess reversed, I feel that the veil is very, very thin. That there is this remembrance. And I've been feeling this actually for the past couple of months. And I think this has a lot to do with the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction. Officially, Jupiter is past Neptune now, and it will move into Aries in May. It officially moves into Aries on the 10th, same day as the Mercury retrograde. But still, like that Jupiter-Neptune conjunction, remember, Jupiter is still going to be coming back retrograde, back into Pisces at the very latter degrees. So there is this sort of coming into high level consciousness. And in so doing, there is this remembrance of who you truly are. And this remembrance does have a lot to do with love, right? Rooted in true divine love. And it really is that love that really sets you free. And so when I look at this High Priestess reversed, I don't feel like She's acting as a gatekeeper, sort of filtering through one little pocket of information at a time, just kind of, I feel like it's a floodgate of information that you're going to be receiving. There's not a lot of blockage between your unconscious and conscious self. And there's not a lot of blockage between your higher self and your lower self. There's just this very clean channel that is, you're just receiving and receiving and receiving and receiving, which is why as a Queen of Swords, you should not be faltering in these desires that you have. You should not be justifying them or rationalizing them or trying to figure out how they are going to come to be, but rather just sit in the ownership of those desires. Okay, because this expansion is a naturally occurring thing, just as natural as springtime. Okay, it's meant to happen for you at this moment in time of your life with this ninth house activation. So it's happening, and you're evolving, Six of Swords. And I have this feeling with all of this movement here that there shouldn't be a lot of fear with outflow. Okay, now especially when we're talking about money, when we're talking about exerting energy, when we're talking about helping people. I'm not talking about loose boundaries here. You can still keep your boundaries. But when it comes to letting things go out, I don't want you to have any fear of that, because it's the outflow that actually generates more momentum. If you need to spend money with something, right? Let's say let's just use a very basic example. Okay, let's say you want to go on a vacation. Okay, you're going to go on Caribbean vacation, whatever, right? Well, you're going to have to pay for the flight. You're going to have to pay for the hotel. You're going to have to pay for the car. You're going to have to pay for the things, right? So if you dedicate the money, you can think of that as an energetic investment to ensure that that particular event will occur. If you are needing to hire someone for your business, that is an investment within your business, and that is an energetic investment for growth. Okay, so please do not be afraid of those types of investments. Those are not hindrances for what you're trying to do in any way, shape, or form. And I think that this kind of movement is really going to pull a lot of focus for you, that you're going to have this like laser sharp vision toward this, right? Two of Wands, whatever it is, toward this desire. Laser sharp vision. Like it's almost, I don't want to call it obsessive, because I think that goes a little bit in the wrong direction, but it's really got its hooks in you. Like this desire, this expansion. It's just like, oh, Leo, move in this direction. Come here, move here. Yes, this is what you want. And you're not going to be able to shake it. You're just going to have to feel it. And I think astrologically, right, with the eclipses in these really powerful fellow fixed energies, right? Now, don't forget that the full moon eclipse is happening in a square with Saturn over in Aquarius there. So there is a potency, there is a power, there is a feeling of gravity. You're being pulled. So this desire, it really is, it's not superficial in any way. So it's okay to let yourself get sucked into it, because that's the best way to build the momentum that you need to ensure that this can truly fulfill itself. And when you're so focused on the desire, you're so focused on the present moment, so focused on the future and where you're going. Five of Cups, I feel like the past has an opportunity to truly dissolve itself. And this is one thing that I love about Pisces energy. It can be very challenging sometimes, especially for me as a Virgo with all this opposition stuff. But, Pisces energy can be real rough. But sometimes it just takes things away. And our hearts open with forgiveness, our hearts open with compassion, our hearts heal. And it's not all this like wounded warrior work that needs to be done. It just sort of naturally occurs. And that's what I'm feeling with this High Priestess reverse, is that there's just this open flow here. There's no restriction. There's no pushback. There's no trying to fight with anything. It's just this beautiful state of allowance. And when you are in this state of allowance, you therefore are in this state of remembrance. The more and more you remember who you are, the more and more free you become, and the more loving and compassionate you can be, and the more forgiveness you can have in your heart, which means that you are not tethered to your past in any way. And we have the star here. And now the star made a huge appearance last month, and it's continuing to make an appearance this month in all these readings. It's showing up and saying, look, this is about alignment. This is about your place in this infinite tapestry in which, Source has weaved for us to experience. You are just a single node of vibrational information, just as all the stars in the sky are just vibrational nodes of information. And you get to create whatever you wish to create, and you get to perceive however you wish to perceive, and you get to interpret however you wish to interpret. And right now, I feel like you are perceiving and interpreting things in a very helpful way. To the point where I think maybe others, Seven of Swords, may look at you and be like, you're crazy, Leo. And maybe that's one of the pushbacks that you may have with this, is that you're really concerned that other people are going to think you're crazy when you start talking about this, right? I'm kind of leaning towards, you have to be very, very, very careful about the people that you share this kind of stuff with. Sometimes even your spouse won't really get it, and that can be tough. But you have to be so sure that the people that you talk to about your desires really understand the power of energy work. They understand the power of intention. They understand the power of thought and emotion. Because otherwise, other voices, Seven of Swords, they really could kill your optimism. And if your optimism gets killed or depleted, you're going to pull back. And right now, remember the Fool. Everything in your environment is trying to push you toward this Fool energy. You can't have external people coming in and killing your optimism. I would rather see Leo roaming solo for a little while than being surrounded or having conversations with people who just have so many blocks and who have so little understanding. Because Leo, I know that you've done, like if you're on my channel, I know you've done the work. I know that you have grown. I know that you have gone deep. I know that you have healed. And because of that, I also know that you know that a lot of other people have not done that. And a lot of other people are very trapped. And it's not about casting judgment on them. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I think there's more and more love for other people now. You have the capacity for greater love, which really is what the star is really all about. The capacity for the entire oneness. And that includes everything and everyone. So your capacity for love has expanded, which is why you are so highly sensitive to this information that you are receiving, which is why this momentum can build very, very, very quickly. And I look at this Seven of Swords, and there are just kind of some people that are in a self-sabotaging mode. And you may have the potential to self-sabotage here as well, because if one person says you're crazy or that's ridiculous or you sound insane or, well, they're trying to get you to pin you down and tell you exactly how this is going to come to be. And you're like, well, I don't really know. And they're like, well, you got to have a plan and you got to have money and you got to have this and you got to have that. And then all of a sudden you feel overwhelmed and you just give up, right? So you can't surround yourself with that. You can't surround yourself with that, because the tendency to lean into that and to let that narrative run through your mind, it's there. It's a very real temptation, because it's what you can see and what you can hear and what you can touch and what you can feel, right? So you have to separate yourself from that, and you have to separate yourself from that confidently and rest peacefully in the promise that your wishes will be fulfilled. as crazy it may make you sound. Okay, Leo, let's pull out the comprehensive clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, these cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. If you want to join, you're more than welcome. We normally talk for 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So let's take a greater look at the Queen of Swords, which is, again, what the universe needs from you. So what else does Leo need to know about what the universe needs from them? Let's see here. Temperance, beautiful. Temperance has been growing on me lately. Every time that card comes out, I get this feeling of relief. Like, okay, there's a peaceful tone. There's a peaceful notion here. Four of Coins. And Five of Coins. Now we have the Fool and the environment. What else is going on in Leo's environment right now? The High Priest. I love him as well. The Eight of Cups. A lot of movement. Eight of Cups, Eight of Wands, the Six of Swords. This transition is happening. This expansion is absolutely underway. Oh, with the Three of Coins. Beautiful. Okay, now let's take a look at the 9-card block, starting with the Two of Wands. I feel like that card, Tower, not surprising considering the eclipse season that we're about to head into. The Lovers. And the Moon reversed. A lot of major arcana for that Two of Wands. Now for the Nine of Cups. Five of Coins. Interesting that that came out here. We've got the Devil. Okay. Another Hierophant. Devil and the Four of Cups. What was this again? Nine of Cups. Okay. High Priestess reversed. The Emperor. Justice. Another Nine of Cups. The Magician. You see what I mean about momentum? We've got the Eight of Coins and the Six of Wands. Another Queen of Swords, beautiful. Five of Cups reversed. Hanged Man reversed. Well, you're no longer in a state of suspension, so that's good. Jupiter coming out of the 8th house probably feels like a sigh of relief. And then we do have Mars in the 8th house still. Death card. A lot of major arcana. My goodness. Seven of Cups reversed. Six of Coins. Five of Wands. King of Swords. Ace of Wands. Now we have an Eight of Cups reversed. We have a Ten of Swords. A lot of healing. Nine of Wands. King of Cups reversed. That's probably a particular person in your environment right now that's not the best. Page of Wands, another person. And a Queen of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Temperance reversed. Okay. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, if you want to join, you are more than welcome. The link in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, then I will see you guys next month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Virgo, welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, the Queen of Swords, she's been coming out a lot actually this month, and it tells me that during eclipse season, right? As we move forward, April 30th, we have the new moon eclipse in Taurus. On the 16th, we have the full moon eclipse in Taurus at 25 degrees, which is going to be a very powerful eclipse indeed. And, you know, the Queen of Swords has this capacity to really deal with a lot of chaos in a very dignified and diplomatic way. She has the ability to go into a mess or into a situation, into an issue, into a conflict, and to be able to mediate and resolve. And she's detached enough to not take things so personally. She is intelligent enough to be able to articulate her needs and what she requires, and to be able to understand what another person as well is also going through and where they are truly coming from. I feel like Virgo is going to be the calming presence in a lot of people's lives this month. And while you yourself are going through significant evolution, okay, we've got Venus and Jupiter now moving into your 8th house this month, activating Aries. And while Jupiter will be retrograding from Aries back into Pisces this year, still this Jupiter activation in Aries is a beautiful thing for you in the 8th house. So there is a lot of change that you absolutely can expect. Queen of Swords, also, right, change plus the eclipses in Taurus, specifically Scorpio. So Scorpio has a lot to do with change and evolution. So, I mean, you're kind of getting this not only from the Scorpio standpoint, but also from the 8th house standpoint. So when it comes to transformation or death or closing things out or evolving in some way, this is a very, very powerful time for you. And Queen of Swords is smooth with those types of things. The thing with her, though, is that you do have to be very precise in terms of what it is you say that you want. If you are in any way, shape, or form in a state of mental conflict here, it's probably best to not make a decision and to wait until you feel that calm, right? We have this card of reflection here. So it's like, if you experience mental conflict, take time to truly reflect on what it is you're really asking for. And I said this to Leo, I'm saying this to you guys now. It's very important for you to be very honest in terms of what it is that you truly do desire and why you truly desire it, because it actually has nothing to do with the desire itself and has nothing to do with the reasons why you desire it. Right now, I think the universe is giving us specific desires, specifically to help train us, to help evolve us in the creation process, to help us to learn how to truly create consciously and very specifically by channeling the energy that creates the universe, okay, by channeling true source energy. So it doesn't matter what it is you want. And I think with the moon and the environment, people, places, and things in your surrounding, periphery, they are kind of funneling you through into this moon energy. And they're not really offering a lot, I don't think. Because when the moon is there tends to be like a darkness or a dim light. There's not a lot of stuff that you can extrapolate from your external world. There's deep inner world stuff going on. And so you may feel quite detached from your perceived reality, right? You may feel quite detached from the normal everyday living a little bit, a little bit detached from the work environment, maybe even a little detached from your home duties, all the mundane answering emails, cleaning up the dishes, that kind of thing, and just kind of feel a little disconnected. I don't mind the disconnectedness so much because you are actually in a position of strength The moon is actually a position of strength because there is deep inner healing that comes forward here. And there's a quality of coming into wholeness. Okay, and I feel like that's what these eclipses are really going to be great for, is coming into a greater sense of wholeness within yourself. That's going to be in reflection, right? Reflection with this. Now we're going to get into the 9-card block here. The Tower card is the very first card that came out. Tower is to be expected given the astrological environment. Okay, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of changes. There are a lot of shifts. You have changed a lot. You have created a lot of shifts vibrationally, energetically, in terms of where you are directing your mind, right? Like, I feel strongly that Virgo has attached itself to some thought or some desire of some kind that you really can't shake, right? There's an idea, and it may not be fully formulated yet, and it may be more generic or more generalized, and you probably have no idea how you're going to get there. You probably have no idea what you need to do or anything. It's just this kind of thought cloud that's out there somewhere. And because this thought cloud has sort of formulated, and for whatever reason you're very drawn toward that thing, your external world must begin to shift. Please do not freak out about the Tower. Tower moments, which are moments when, illusions start breaking down, or when arguments start happening, or when people start kind of going awry, and they will. This full moon in Scorpio is going to be pretty intense, okay? So there's going to be a lot of heated energy, a lot of maybe even anger, a lot of projected kind of stuff. And so this is why Queen of Swords energy is so critical, not to mention a Mercury retrograde. I haven't even mentioned that yet. Mercury retrograde, your ruling planet. So, you have to just kind of expect things to be what they are, and just let them be what they are without trying to fix, without trying to control. And it's possible that with the Empress reversed, you may feel a little fear that comes in. Fear because maybe you don't have the resources to deal with something. Fear because maybe you will lose something. Fear or guilt or shame also maybe in the mix there a little bit. You may be feeling depleted, like, oh, well, you can't do this, or maybe you're really not strong enough to manifest this thing, or whatever. Those are all going to be things with the moon energy that are going to be coming up to surface specifically for the healing that is required. Because remember, it's not about what you desire, and it's not even about why you desire it. Okay, you don't need to spend time thinking about the justifications and rationalizations in terms of why you want what you want. Okay, you just have to say, this is what I want, period, boom. And I'm going to practice through meditation, through visualization, through journaling, through affirmations, through any means, all right, through daydreaming even. I'm going to practice through these means, attuning myself to this frequency, and I am going to be consciously aware and consciously allowing for signs or signals or synchronicities to appear to confirm that I am coming into alignment. And that's really all that it's about. And as you notice things breaking down around you, you'll also notice things coming together more tightly in terms of this thought cloud that you've somehow attached yourself to, okay? The moon is a beautiful quality of, like I say, is this whole coming into this wholeness, but it is a very dark path. It's not very well lit. It's usually just one stepping stone in front of the other, and there's really not a lot of, you can't see the whole 5-year plan. You can't, the moon will never illuminate the whole path all at once. This is when your wisdom of how this process truly works becomes a part of your superpower strength. Wisdom and faith. Now, the Empress reverse probably has lost her faith a little bit. All right, she's probably lost her faith because the Tower may be a little dramatic. It might be a little bit harsh. It may be a little brutal. And it may have shaken you loose a little bit. And you may not feel as strong as you felt. But actually, I think that's a good sign. because it's actually putting you on firmer ground, because you're no longer rooted in some kind of an illusion or a belief that isn't serving you. We have this dignified strength card, right? In astrology, a dignified planet is a very, very strong planet in its rulership, right? So it's in its powerhouse position. And I feel like this is what is happening, is that you are coming into your strength, but it won't feel that way. It'll probably highlight certain weaknesses, specifically to humble you a little bit. Page of Swords. The humility is critical. Always humility is critical when it comes to learning and when it comes to being truly wise. A truly wise individual never thinks that they know everything, ever. And they never really offer opinions or perspectives or interpretations unless explicitly asked. And they don't even necessarily offer those things vibrationally, because they know that it puts them into some kind of a lockbox that may in turn be proven false at some point. And so there's this opening, especially with the star coming out. Now, the star is a very important energy, very important card that's been coming out. It came out in every single zodiac sign last month. I think it's shown up in every single zodiac sign so far this month. So the star is like this power player coming out and saying, look, everybody, not just Virgo, but everybody, this is your time for full expansion. This is your time for growth. This is your time for alignment. This is your time for creativity and passion and uniqueness and one-of-a-kindness. This is your time to really step into this one-of-a-kind, authentic version of you that is unencumbered by all of the narratives. There's true freedom with the star because it is truly boundless. It is truly connected to the infinite spans of the universe and therefore source energy itself. And I feel that there is this charge of creativity and kind of this feeling of accountability. And I look at this Justice card and I say, there's a lot of responsibility being in this position here when you really understand how powerful and how creative you truly are and how quickly things can truly come to be. Remember, guys, when Saturn transitioned into Aquarius in very late 2020, I was talking about the density. And Saturn in Capricorn is very different from a Saturn in Aquarius because of the density of the element. Whereas Saturn in Capricorn feels very heavy, time stands still, takes forever for things to evolve and to change. But then as soon as it moves into Aquarius, things start turning around much more easily because the air element is not dense at all. Everything can move through air very, 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 very quickly. And so this is why things have been kind of coming so fast and will continue for the rest of the year until Saturn moves into Pisces in 23. And this particular Justice card, I feel, is actually you. You are the Justice card because you are the one that is coming into balance. You are the one that is coming into alignment. You are the one that is coming into your strength. And you're going to find a great deal of comfort in this place because it's truly rooted in your truest essence. But remember, there's a lot of responsibility here too. There's a lot of taking it seriously and creating specifically a better world for yourself, for your family, for your loved ones, for your community, instead of being destructive with it. Now we have this other card, which is a Virgo energy, a new moon in Virgo card. It says a time to give rather than take. And when I have this star energy, I always feel a little quality of like the miracles of life, right? That there's this kind of understanding of how the miracles, quote unquote, which really are just your manifestations coming into fruition in mysterious kinds of ways. But I'm kind of feeling that you're understanding the inflow and the outflow of energy a little bit more, a little bit better. That when you give, it is the same as receiving, that there is no difference between the two. And when you give, receiving must happen in order to reestablish balance. And I feel that your heart has been opening significantly over the past few years And especially as Pluto ends his transit in Capricorn through 22, 23, and 24, you are going to feel your heart space opening even that much more. And the love that you have, because the star and the moon both, kind of the luminary energies, they absolutely channel love. The highest form of love, the highest form of compassion that Source or Spirit truly has to offer. And that love is uncontainable. And as you channel this love, you end up offering a great deal of forgiveness and compassion toward others. But there are other little ways that you can serve as a miracle for others as well. And I feel like you're starting to understand that by being in this very accountable place, by holding yourself energetically responsible, and by creating consciously, you actually understand that you are a provider of miracles for others. Therefore, the universe can provide miracles for you. And it puts you, again, even in that much more of a powerful position. And we have the Seven of Wands here, which is very much in line with the Tower. And even the Page of Swords. Now, I like the Page of Swords in terms of the humility factor and the willingness to learn. But I don't like the Page of Swords in terms of relationships, okay? Because the Page of Swords can be very adolescent or immature at times. And with the pushback of the Seven of Wands, I do suspect that there is a person or multiple people in your life that just really are not on your level in a lot of ways. They really don't understand this stuff. They really don't understand your growth. They don't understand your healing. They don't understand the process. And that's probably going to be, one of the things that is the first thing to go. It's because that kind of energy may be an obstacle for you. Because when you start finding yourself rationalizing and justifying these desires that you have, you're kind of missing the point of the desire itself. Remember, the desire is a training ground for you. It's been placed in your heart, not really so that you can have the thing, but really so that you can learn how to create the thing. And no one needs to be a part of that process but you, unless you hire them to do something or unless you delegate some task needed to help. But really, this is what you are bringing about into the world. And I said this to Leo as well. The reason why I'm talking about Leo is because first of all, a lot of you are Vedic Leos. And second of all, it's your 12th house. So there's a deep-rooted connection with Leo for Virgo there because it's the predecessor for you. Be careful to not do this thing that we do where we kind of justify things with like some sort of a moral high ground or a moral superiority, right? Like if you have a desire for more money, don't justify that desire because you're like, oh, well, most people would want a Ferrari, but I'm going to, buy a house for my mother, but you also really kind of want the Ferrari too. But you're justifying wanting all that money to do something good for someone. Now, I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm not even saying you won't do it. You probably will do it. But if you want something materialistic and you want it for some kind of just having reason, you just want to have it, you want to experience it, then that's enough. Okay? Because when we start justifying and rationalizing, that's pushback energy. And I just want you to be conscious of that. And I'm saying that, very specifically because it's resistant. And I don't want anybody to be resistant. There's no reason for anybody to be resistant to their own desires right now. Because when we have the Ace of Cups and we have the Wheel of Fortune coming out, this tells me that there is some kind of a fulfillment of wishes for you. That yes, you are going to have the thing. And yes, your luck is turning around. And yes, there are good things that are happening. And yes, your consciousness is expanding. And when your consciousness expands, Wheel of Fortune, the world must adjust around you. We've got Justice and the Tower both, which tells me that the world is very much adjusting around you. But this Ace of Cups is like, and I always say these tarot cards are kind of like promises. That the tarot or spirit is promising you right now that You are going to have this fulfillment and this satisfaction of this desire, that this desire will be met, that you will create this thing. Now be careful of your way of putting time into this equation. I'm telling people to be very careful about their relationship with time right now, because it is completely going to kill the joy of this process. Just know that it will happen. Take comfort in that fact. Take comfort in that knowingness. It will happen for you. You will have it. It will be in your bank account. It will be standing next to you. Right? It will be in your hands. You will be able to touch it and feel it and see it. You will be able to perceive it with your senses. It won't always stay in the vibrational realm. It's not always just going to stay a daydream. It will come into reality. Your luck is turning around. This tower is a good sign. It's a good sign that things are moving in the right direction. And that you've created waves in the field. This is how powerful you are. Okay, now let's go ahead and take a look at the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, so if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. So let's start off by clarifying the Queen of Swords. Here, oh, another Wheel of Fortune. Four of Wands reversed. There is going to be discomfort. That's for sure. And the Six of Coins. But it's the good kind of discomfort. It's the growing kind. We have the Fool reversed. Queen of Wands reversed over in the environment. And we have the Devil. Okay. Now, let's start clarifying the Tower. Got a new deck here. We got the Tower. What else does Virgo need to know about this Tower card? Another Page of Swords. Okay, so the Page of Swords, whoever that is going to definitely be involved with this Tower situation. Again, it's also an aspect of you. It's both, external and internal. At least it's upright. Hanged Man. And the Lovers. Beautiful. Empress reversed. Ten of Wands with the Star. Beautiful. See what I mean? The Star coming out twice. It's a very powerful energy and strength. Now for this oh, the Moon came out 3 times. So we've got the Star and the Moon as real heavy hitters in this reading. All these moons like really lumped together too. A lot of healing happening for Virgo right now. Oh, Judgment, how beautiful. I think moving into May, first week of May, as we build up to the eclipse in Scorpio, there's going to be a lot that potentially happens. And Page of Cups reversed. Okay. A lot that happens probably internally. Justice card coming out twice. Two of Coins. And Nine of Cups. Death, beautiful. Death is to be expected with 8th house activity and a new moon and a full moon eclipse in Scorpio. Nine of Coins. And the Magician in the very center. Temperance. Six of Wands reversed. And the Emperor. And the Sun. King of Coins reversed. Knight of Wands and a lot of people. Seven of Coins, definitely there's a lot of, or excuse me, Seven of Wands, there's definitely a lot of people. Nine of Swords reversed. Five of Coins reversed, and the Six of Cups. For this final Wheel of Fortune. The Empress. The Hierophant. And the Five of Cups, and bottom of the deck is the Fool. Okay, beautiful. So this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, the link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing May. I hope you have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the King of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, King of Wands is a very powerful, creative energy. It's kind of the embodiment of the Leo archetype. There's a lot of ownership of the vision here. Okay, so whatever it is you see for yourself, what you see for your life, I think this King of Wands is saying, well, you know, if this is what I want, if this is where I want to go, if this is the lifestyle that I want to have, if this is the relationship I want to have, then I really am going to need to, you know, take accountability here and, you know, and make adjustments. And I feel that you're on this precipice of kind of a whole new life in a lot of ways. And it requires just only a few habitual adjustments. And this is kind of the month where I think that this kind of stuff really begins, where you start making adjustments to your daily life that are more consistent and more in line with the goals that you have. Like, for example, right, it's Taurus season. We've got these eclipses going on April 30th, May 16th in Scorpio, full moon eclipse in Scorpio. These are kind of like money houses, right? And I know that Libra's focus right now, there is a lot of focus on money. There's a lot of focus on work. There's a lot of focus on, you know, just kind of your structure, the structure in your life, and structuring it in a way that truly works. And like, for example, habitual habits, monthly contributions to an investment account, right? And just kind of get that going. Or, you know, if you're wanting to build wealth, if you're wanting to have a certain lifestyle, there have to be behavioral alterations. And this King of Wands has this determination to make this happen. Now, in the environment, the Fool is a suggestion that you are in this sort of new beginning place. So you may be in an environment where you are learning something new, right? You may be in an environment where you're embarking upon something a little bit scary, something that you've been avoiding for quite a while. And yet I feel with this card here, I know you might not be able to read it because it's white writing on a yellow card, but it says determination here. And determination with the King of Wands, they go hand in hand. And I feel that your determination to make something happen, or to finish a project, or to get something initiated, either way, closing something out or beginning something new, it's kind of one and of the same. But your determination in doing that is really, first of all, it's going to feel great, because you're going to start to realize that momentum isn't really that difficult to build. You just have to really get started. Okay, and we have this card here that says a new start is coming. So a new start is coming with the Fool card, with determination. And then we also have this midheaven card, which in astrology is like, you know, your 10th house, kind of your path in life, your public life, what you contribute to society, that kind of thing. We often kind of associate our career. There's often alignment there. Not always, but lots of times. And so there is kind of this new direction that you're going, this new, I don't know. And it's like you're being pulled towards some kind of a destiny, if you will. Like that this direction is correct. That focusing on this particular area of your life is what you should be doing. And I don't know that you're really questioning yourself really at all right now. It just feels like this is it. This is right. This is the way we need to go. And I don't know. I really, really, really think that Libra is starting to, I don't know, like their life is changing. Really, like your life is really changing for the better. And we have this balance card, which for Libra we love because this is about establishing balance in your life. And I know that with Neptune transiting the 6th house for the past several years, I mean, it's been a while since Neptune came into Pisces. I think that was I actually don't even remember. I'm trying to remember when Neptune came into Pisces. I don't remember the date, but it was a long time ago. It's been there for quite a while. And to have Neptune in the 6th house can create a lot of, difficulty with structure and difficulty with daily habits and difficulty with taking care of your health and your body and, and difficulty with keeping things organized and all of that. And I feel like that's always been a desire of yours. It's been a desire to keep things ordered and structured as a cardinal energy, but it's just like the reality of it just hasn't quite panned out. And so I feel that with Mars coming through the 6th right now, there is, and plus also Saturn doing his transit in the 5th house, creating structure there. This really is kind of a last push to get this structure set up and automated and to get yourself adjusted. Whoops, I didn't even mean to do that, pushing off the crystal there. To get it all balanced out so that as we move forward over the next few years, you won't have to feel like you're flailing about trying to get things the way they need to be. And we start off the 9-card block with the Hermit energy, which means you might actually, Hermit and Hierophant both going hand in hand. These are really strong, powerful, like powerhouse cards coming out. Really just saying like, you're going to need this discipline. You're going to need this focus. You're going to need this self-awareness here. And you may need to kind of lock yourself behind closed doors a little bit to get everything really going. You're going to have to buckle down and kind of get your hands dirty a little bit. Now, I'm not saying that all of you have all this labor in front of you. It might not be huge amounts of labor. It's just setting up structure, setting up systems of some kind. And I do with the Hierophant, like, guys, this is going to be inspired. Like, I don't think this is going to feel like drudgery doing this. I think you're going to be like, okay, it's really time. And it's going to feel good. It's going to feel like you are cleansing yourself. Like I'm almost kind of giving a baptismal quality as a little bit. I don't even know why, but a little bit of a baptism quality. Kind of saying, Libra, you're cleansed of your past bad habits. And it's time to eliminate all of these swords, these 10 of swords. Now, these 10 swords, when that card came out, I kind of was feeling all of the shoulds that we, kind of put all over ourselves. Well, I should be more organized with my finances. Well, I should be dedicating more time to my partner. I should be dedicating more time to my parents. I should be. And it's just kind of all the shoulding that you do all over yourself. It's kind of like up in this cloud, in this thought form. It's kind of floating all around you. And yet this is a time, Taurus season, which is a very earthy season, where we have that opportunity to get it out of the clouds, out of our mind, and to actually do something about it. And I feel like you have this capacity to look at all of these swords and say, okay, well, here's something that I think I should do. And it's actually probably something that I actually want to do right? That this is something that I do feel that I want in my life. It's not that I'm guilty and shaming myself like crazy that I should, but I don't want it. I actually do want it, right? I do want to spend more time with my spouse, right? Something like that. I do want to have a better financial situation. I do want to have a better home. I do want to have a career that fulfills me, right? These are things that I do want. And I'm going to look at this, right? I'm going to look at this one area. I'm going to look at my money situation. Okay, so here's my money situation. Here's one of my swords. And I am going to do what I need to do, right? Allocate funds, budget, set up accounts. I'm going to do all the things that I need to do. And I'm going to put it on autopilot so I don't have to think about it for a while, right? And then I'm going to go to the next area and I'm going to say, okay, well, what can I do, right? Because this King of Wands is very action oriented. And sometimes, you guys know when I do these readings, sometimes I say that this is a month of surrender and relax and be at ease and you don't have to do anything. And then other times there are more action oriented months. And I think that you're going to feel more action oriented. These eclipses are really going to stir up a lot of energy for a lot of us. And because for you, this is actually happening, right? On April 30th, the new moon eclipse is happening in Taurus. And then on the 16th, the full moon eclipse in Scorpio is happening in your second house. So 8th house, second house, there is work involved with these houses sometimes, and there's deep transformation with the 8th house. So there is an opportunity here for you to really grasp so that you can really change. And I see that with the Tower card, that you absolutely are going to be making some pretty significant adjustments to your life, okay? And I also have this tsunami wake-up call card as well. And because of the nature of the eclipses, specifically the full moon in Scorpio, which is actually happening at 25 degrees, which is opposite of a fixed star over in Taurus called Algol. It's a pretty intense star. And if you remember the eclipse back in November, was it November or late October? I can't remember. I think whenever the eclipse was in Taurus last year, that was conjunct Algol. So it's kind of like putting it's like a bookend on what's happened the past 6 months. And when we place that bookend there, it's kind of like the end of a sentence. It's the end of a paragraph or the end of a chapter. All right. So there's sort of a punctuation mark and an ending and a break. And I see that with the Tower, with the wake-up call. It's very clear that something is no longer working. It's very clear that something needs to be destroyed. It's very clear that some sort of a pattern needs to completely evolve and completely be deconstructed. It's just clearly not working. And see, with the Hermit and the Hierophant, there is that quality of self-empowerment that is above chaos. So when there is a little disruption, which likely there will be to some extent, you are unbothered by that. Now, often the Tower is a result of the changes that we make. And because we are making changes, right, and we're going into our 10 of Swords and we are really saying, okay, what's been pinning me down? What has been really feeling incredibly burdensome and what has been stressing me out? And let me just really get into this and really take care of it. When we start doing that, our environment has to adjust. That's natural law, right? It has to adjust to our frequency, it has to adjust to our thought patterning, it has to adjust to who we are becoming. So the Tower is to be expected. And I would expect it. And I always say it's the Wheel of Fortune in disguise, right? Because sometimes it comes through with, a big argument with someone, or, a big life event happens, or there's something sudden that sort of jolts you. Again, a wake-up call. That's usually like, wow, okay, I really kind of was looking at that in a different way. Okay, well, now I see it more clearly. There's always clarity that comes through a Tower as well. But when that happens, there's always this void that is left. And when there is a void, that void must then be filled. And so there's always a gain with the Tower. There's always an incoming energy with the Tower, which is really, really great. And it usually is more in alignment with the movement that you're doing. Now, the Queen of Swords reversed, Queen of Swords is technically your card. And when she's reversed, it kind of makes me a little bit nervous, because this is when we get kind of the judgmentalism. This is when we get the shaming, when we get the indecisiveness, and we get the fear. You know, when a queen is reversed, she is in fear. And when a queen is in fear, the kingdom is faulty, right? There's a vulnerability there. And I don't see any reason for you to be afraid. I don't see for you to be afraid financially. I don't see for you to be afraid, you know, to be single, if that's what your situation is. I don't see any reason for you to fear the effects of these changes. You may feel shaky in your lower mind, but up here with the Hierophant, which is your higher self. This to me is like one of my favorite cards, and it does to me symbolize our all-knowingness, our own internal all-knowingness. You can call it your soul, you can call it your heart, you can call it your higher self, or you can call it spirit as well. But this is your direct link to source. And your lower mind may be freaking out a little bit, but your higher mind is totally in control and is saying, Libra, there is no reason to stress. There is no reason to be afraid. There is no reason to fear. And it's telling you that you're in this transition mode, which we have with the World card, which does signify, I mean, there's definitely a lot of endings. We have the Alpha, right, with the Fool, and the Omega with the World. So, I mean, we have the beginning and the end here. So this is a big time of change. And I really don't know that the old way of life, your old way of life, can sustain. There do need to be new habits that are established. There do need to be new, I don't know what it is, whether it's like a work ethic issue or a financial issue or dealing with certain friends or certain people, certain relationships, certain connections. You know, there's I feel like you're coming into a greater level of stability, especially with the Hierophant up here within your life. And it's stability that I think you've really craved for a long time. It's interesting how the chaos in an eclipse season can actually bring you into greater levels of stability. You may resist it, Seven of Wands. I do feel with this last row, we got the Seven of Wands, we got the Five of Coins reversed, Seven of Cups reversed. I'm just kind of looking at the Seven of Cups here because I feel like focus is such an important thing for you. I have to bring up the money because this Five of Coins is coming out, right? So wherever you are financially, I don't care if you're like super broke or if you're a multimillionaire, I don't care. I know that there is a desire for more. With North Node in Taurus, that's just kind of, that's where we are as a collective. There's this desire for more. There's this desire to have, there's this desire to expand and to experience with our senses, right? With our eyes, our ears, our fingers, right? We get to touch things. And this period of time, this Five of Coins period of time, whatever it is, a period of scarcity, a period of money not coming in, or a period of feeling lack, I feel that there is an opportunity here for this to end only so long as you are not defending it in your life. Seven of Wands. You have to be very careful about what it is that you are defending. You have to be careful about what it is that you are strongly, so convinced that this is my reality, so convinced that this is real, so convinced that this is where I'm at, and I'm not trying to tell you to be in denial or anything, but, at the same time, we have to remember that our physical reality, as we look out as it is today, right now, is actually a product of past thought, right? Like your house that you live in right now is a product of a thought that you had, however many years ago. So you're actually, when you look out, you're looking at the past. And a lot of people live that way, and that's why they're stuck in the past, because they can't get over what's right in front of them without realizing that the real present moment and the real future exists in thought. And so instead of embracing thought, instead of embracing the power of their emotion, their creative power, right, they just sort of plop. But I see you having an opportunity here to not plop. I don't know if plop is the only word that's coming to my mind. And I look at the Seven of Cups reverse, and I say, Libra, you're not confused. I don't think that you have confusion in your life right now. I don't think that you have, mental and emotional chaos in your life right now. I think you know exactly what you want. I think you know exactly where you want to go. You know exactly what kind of life you want to live. And in many ways, you know exactly what you need to do. You know what you need to do. You know what actions need to be taken. You know what habits need to change. You know. And the only thing that's stopping you from doing it is yourself. There really isn't anyone else showing up in this reading here. Like if you're wanting peace in your life, what actions are you going to take to create peace in your life? It's very simple. All of this is very simple. And like I said, it's just a few small decisions away from completely changing your life. So let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards I will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, so we do get a little bit more detailed. So let's focus on the King of Wands, which is what the universe needs from Libra. So what else does Libra need to know? What else does Libra need to know here? Nine of Cups reversed. Two of Wands reversed. And Six of Swords. Okay. And for the environment, what else does Libra need to know about their environment? What is going on around them? Magician, beautiful. You're in high creation mode right now. We've got Temperance reversed. And we got the Three of Coins. Okay, beautiful. Now let's take a look at the Hermit. We've got Death, exactly. All this change going on. This full moon Scorpio eclipse is going to be pretty intense here. We've got the Empress. Death giving way to the Empress is kind of a big deal. Ooh, and Emperor. Beautiful. Oh, Hierophant on top of Hierophant. This is a double down on that guy. Gonna be a strong Taurus season, that is for sure. We've got the Lovers and Judgment. Wow, a lot of major arcana coming out for you. We've officially pulled out 6 major arcana so far. That's a lot. All right, Ten of Swords. Hanged Man, another major. Knight of Coins. And Queen of Coins reversed. Tower, we've got the Knight of Cups. We've got Knight of Wands reversed. And High Priestess, beautiful. Queen of Wands. I like that you're kind of actually coming out a little bit fiery. Now, we don't really have any fire in the chart right now, but I do like with this card, this determination here and this midheaven card. Like, I don't know. I feel like you're very concerned about your place in this world. You're very concerned about your life and your lifestyle and really like what you're experiencing in this life. So we got the Moon reversed. Temperance reversed. This will not be a smooth month, I don't think. I think there's going to be a little chaos, a little confusion. You're not confused. We got Two of Wands reversed. You're not confused. Two of Wands came out reversed both times. Really need you to take that ownership of that vision, Libra. Because it wants to come to you. It wants to show up in your life. It wants you to have what you want, right? Your higher self wants you to have it. Ace of Cups. The Magician coming out twice. I love it. King of Cups reversed. Chariot. A lot of financial focus, financial movement, financial improvement. Ten of Wands. And Five of Swords. Page of Cups. Two of Swords. The Fool again, and another Ten of Swords. Okay. All right, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So link in the description box in the comment thread down below if you want to join. If not, I wish you guys an amazing May. All right, thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Queen of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Now, the Queen of Coins is a very patient energy, and that was the very first knee-jerk reaction that I had when she came out was patience. I know that energetically you are shifting, that you are consciously working on adjusting your vibration, to whatever it needs to be, whether it's toward a specific goal, whether it's just toward better feeling, whether it's toward wellness, whether it's toward more abundance or prosperity in your life. I know that you've been attuning and you've been practicing and you've been working on, what you emit, right? You've been working on your essence. And this South Node, now let's be real, okay, right? We've got this eclipse going on. We've got the April 30th eclipse, which is in Taurus, the new moon eclipse. And then we have the full moon eclipse in Scorpio, right? At 10 degrees of Scorpio. At 25 degrees of Scorpio on the 16th of May. So there is and that's a powerful one, by the way. It's a very potent eclipse. And it's in opposition at 25 degrees, it's in opposition with Algol over in Taurus. And that's a pretty intense star as well. And it has a lot to do with, connecting, or it connects with last year in November, that intense eclipse that we had in November too. So I feel like there's this bookend energy, whatever started in November is kind of coming to an end or coming to a close 6 months later. And because there is this big closure of something, there is also a new beginning, which is, planting of new seeds. We are in springtime. It is a time to plant new seeds. But because it's eclipse season, these are seeds that you are going to have to be patient for. Okay, I know that was a huge, long explanation. I'm so sorry about that. But it's just important to know that, that there are things that are growing. But this South Node energy sometimes makes it feel like you have to lose a lot in order to get it. There's often an essence of sacrifice, of loss, surrender, which we have a surrender card here. But just know that any of those things that are needing to be cleaned out in your life, first of all, the South Node is going to do all the work. There's really not a lot you need to do here. It's just about flowing with what's happening. So you just kind of need to allow that to happen. You need to allow that to occur. And then things will start to roll in. Now, in the environment, we have the Justice card, which is all about everything coming back into balance. And this is what I was saying, right? You've been working on adjusting your energy. You've been working on your mindset, working on positive emotion, working on healing, and all of those beautiful things. When you are working on those things, it is only natural that the world adjusts around you. It must come into balance. That is the law. So while it may take time for you to start seeing things physically manifest in your world, you will start seeing things manifest in your physical world. And this is in the environment. So people, places, and things, new opportunities, new money, having children if that's what you want, getting married if that's what you want, new friend groups, new connections, new creative partners, new business ideas, new marketing initiatives, all the things, all those things are on the docket for you. And I'm getting this sense that there's this anxiousness. We have this be bold and make the first move. Now, kind of contradicts the patient energy that I was getting with the Queen of Coins. It doesn't mean you can't get things started or you can't get things rolling. I think as Venus and Jupiter move into Aries, it will activate your 6th house, which we have 6th house right here. It says sustainability on this card, okay? This is great because it has a lot to do with your daily habits. It has a lot to do with the building blocks upon which many things are built. And to make the first move means to start making the changes that are necessary within your daily and day-to-day habits in your very earthy realm, right? Like, well, whether it's getting up a little bit earlier or just kind of writing a chapter a day or, whatever your projects are, whatever your initiatives are, whatever your checklists are. This is about keeping the system and keeping the structure in place for the sake of sustainability, for the sake of ultimate growth and success in your visions, all right? Now we have this movement, choices, and decisions card as well, which kind of mirrors this 2 of Swords right here. And I am getting this impression that you are going to be faced in this eclipse season. You will be faced, not to mention it's a Mercury retrograde as well. Now this particular Mercury retrograde is in your natural 8th house in Gemini. Gemini is, right, Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. So this is a strong Mercury retrograde. We're all going to feel it in our own way. So our minds are working just a little bit differently than they normally work. It's a little bit more abstract. It's a little bit more willing to bend the rules of logic, to bend the rules of rationalization. And I really hope that there's a lot more expansive or expression of self that is made possible through this Mercury retrograde. But there are going to be choices that you will have to make. And some of those choices may be very difficult because you may perceive drastically different sets of consequences, not bad ones. It's just like, well, if I, move here, well, then I don't know if I'll be able to get a job, but I'll be happy. But if I move here, then I'll have great money, but I also don't really like the city that much, So there's kind of like, well, there might be some energies of trade-offs. Like you may have to trade one thing for another. The patience factor comes in when you really are asking for it all. So there aren't really significant sacrifices, but you're going to have to be patient for that. So there will be short-term things in front of you, but the question is do you want to make those short-term changes and then wait for later on for the bigger things to happen? Or do you just want to just wait for the bigger things to just happen and keep your life simple and uncomplicated? It really just depends. Everyone's going to be different. You're all going to have your different, kind of situations. Some of you, short-term solutions will be okay, at least if it gets you out of something that you're not happy in, right? For others of you, you're content and therefore you can wait. You've been waiting and you can continue to wait. And you can rest well in knowing that the environment is very much restructuring itself right now in a very real way. And then we have this last final oracle card, which says synergy. All right, so things are like the vibrations are kind of starting to become coherent, right? Like if you have two incoherent frequencies, but then they kind of come into sync, then they start moving together. And I feel like things are starting to move together. It's a process though, and it's important for you to know that it's a process. Sometimes people will try to kind of bulldoze their way through this, and they put in so much effort and energy into something and trying to make something happen. It's like hitting your head against a brick wall. You know, it'd be a lot better if you were to just wait for the synergy to really happen, for the flow to happen, and then move forward. There would be a lot less resistance. And I do feel like there is a lot of resistance this month, just given the first 6 cards, okay? We got the Ace of Swords coming out first. Now that signifies clarity. The thing is that you may feel like you're sitting in this big fat question mark right now about your life, and yet you have every reason in the world to believe that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. South Node can make it feel like you're in a question mark. It can make life feel difficult to navigate or to interpret or to understand. The gift of foresight is not necessarily there. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a vision. You can definitely have a vision and goals and ambitions, and that's all very well and good. But when it comes to the actual coming abouts, sometimes you have to just say, well, I have to have faith right now. And I feel like with the Ace of Swords, that's kind of what's your fuel. You're fueling your goals. You're fueling your choices and decisions on faith. But that faith is not like it's a real faith. It is from the soul. It is soul directed. It's not from ego, and it's not from fear. 5 of Swords. I don't know. 5 of Swords and 5 of Wands. I look at these 2 cards and I say, there's bound to be some drama of some kind. Okay, there's bound to be something with someone. You know, if you're in a relationship right now, whether you're dating or if you're married, or in a business partnership or any kind of collab or any kind of one-on-one type of situation that you have in your life, because of the activity over in Taurus, of course, we got the sun in Taurus, of course, and also the 5th house as well, with Mars coming through the 5th house, there's bound, and a Mercury retrograde, I mean, there's bound to be some kind of encounter of some kind. It doesn't have to be bad. It doesn't have to be an argument. It doesn't have to be negative, but I do feel that it will, first of all, it will be an opportunity for growth. Let's just frame this positively. It will be an opportunity for you to really look within yourself and ask yourself what's really important to you. What do you truly value? But it will also help you to determine whether or not this person or these people are really the right people to achieve your goals with. Are these really the right people to push forward with? And I think you're going to have to confront some things, which eclipse season is great for. You're going to have to confront some things within yourself that you may not have necessarily known were still present inside. Fears, insecurities, doubts. And I think there could be a lot of projection going on if you don't do that. You toward them and them towards you. And I feel like there could be some things that are said, okay? Because this Mars, by the way, coming through Pisces, is going to come into a conjunction with Neptune, which means there could be some significant, like people are operating under assumptions or operating under illusions, so they're operating under something that isn't real, and therefore can create a little drama, right? If you find yourself making up scenarios in your head, that's a time to just stop and take a step back and breathe. Okay, just breathe for a second. If you can, like, get away and do a meditation, that would be better. But you just have to like detach for a second and say, okay, I'm making this up in my head. This isn't even real. It's not even a reality. And you may see that other people will be doing that too. They'll be making things up. They'll be jumping to conclusions, because this Mars coming through Pisces is going to be in this squaring degrees to where it's going to be during its retrograde this year, I think in October, when it starts in Gemini, which is your 8th house, okay? Your natural house, by the way. So this Mars through Pisces is kind of interesting, and there's going to be some recurring themes that come up later on in the year. And because it's eclipse season, and because Mars is one of your rulers along with Pluto, it's something to pay attention to. So we have to keep it real with ourselves. We have to keep it, and when I say real, I don't necessarily mean like what's in front of you is real. It's just, don't cast judgment. Don't cast assumptions. Don't project. I mean, we all project all the time, but I mean, like, as much as possible, at least recognize when there is a projection going on. And to really ask yourself, from where is that coming from? Because I think that this is an opportunity for a lot of compassion at this moment, and a lot of relationships could really change. Like the tone of certain relationships could really, really evolve. And it could be evolve for the better or evolve for the worse. The choice is really between you and that person. And I know you have your goals, Queen of Coins, very ambitious. You have your goals and you are being patient, and yet you are also still trying to make things happen at the same time. It's a very interesting dynamic, making things happen for the sake of sustainability, making choices and decisions, but also sitting in this big question mark and really knowing that you have to operate in faith. It's a paradox. Like, you really are in this paradox right now. And a lot of people don't like being in that polarity or in that dual state, right? Environment, two sides of the scale, trying to balance out. At least if you know that, you can wait it out. You can deal with it. But a lot of people who don't know that are going to get anxious, and they're going to get angry, and they're going to want to jolt something, because Uranus is kind of involved with this first eclipse. And so there's kind of that, plus Algol is going to be in place as well. So there's just like, there's a lot of like agitation. And people who make decisions in agitated states probably are not making the best decisions for themselves. They are reacting simply to an emotion that doesn't feel good. They are reacting to discomfort. But see, this is kind of where Scorpio thrives. This is what makes Scorpio one of the more extreme zodiac signs, right? Is that you can really thrive in these unknown places a lot better than most people. So you're going to notice a lot of other people's discomfort, a lot of other people's anxiety, a lot of other people's reaction. Whereas you, I think with this Four of Cups, there is this ability to take a step back and to really discern and analyze whether or not something really truly is for you. And chances are you may be rejecting a lot of things right now. Like, you may have 20 opportunities on the table, but if your heart isn't like leaping out of your chest, it's going to be very hard for you to pick one of the opportunities. You're not going to be able to bring yourself to really do that, because it's probably something that in your heart of hearts is not in line with your ultimate goal and vision. And again, this is what I mean. Like, you may have to sacrifice some things for the sake of the grander vision. And that likely will annoy some people, because they're like, Scorpio, look at what's in front of you. Look at what you could do. Look at all these things. Look at all these business ideas. Look at all this growth. Look at all this. And you're just sitting here like, it doesn't feel right. And that's the best explanation you can give. It doesn't feel right. And then they're like, well, what does feel right? And you're like, I don't know. I'll know it when I see it. But don't for 1 second think that means you're the confused one. You're not the confused one. You're operating in the Ace of Swords. You are not the confused one. Other people are confused. This Death card, which is the Scorpio card, I'm so happy it came out, because it's one of those times in your life where you are changing and you know you're changing. When your world is changing and you know your world is changing, like you're so acutely aware and attuned to the change itself that you're just like, okay, so this is where I am. This is where I'm at. I'm changing. And I'm just going to let this happen this time. I'm not going to fight it because I fought it before and it didn't feel great. I'm not going to resist this. I'm not going to push back against the universe here. I'm not going to push my way into something that doesn't feel right. And I'm just going to let this south node come crashing down over me and just like, that's it. And that's what it is. And I think when you're there, when you're in that state of mind, you really don't have the capacity to judge a lot. You don't have the capacity to judge other people, especially. Like, there's no energy, there's no time for that. You're not even judging yourself. You're not judging circumstances. You're not judging outcomes. You're just moving forward. And I love this Queen of Wands energy, especially mixed with the Queen of Coins. Now, this is an Aries energy, right? And we do have Venus and Jupiter moving into Aries. Venus comes in on the 2nd. Jupiter comes in on the 10th, which is the same day that Mercury goes retrograde. And this activation of the 6th house, the activation of the Arian energy, is going to be very powerful. And there is going to be a lot of expression of self. There is going to be a lot of attunement with what it is you want. And this is in a more primal way, these more primal desires. And, but again, remember, these primal desires are not from ego. They're from the higher consciousness. They're from your soul. And they are driving you and they are guiding you in a very specific direction, which is why 20 opportunities on the table, right? 4 of Cups, or 4 opportunities, however many opportunities you have, all these options. And you're just kind of like, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. That's not the path. That's not what I want to do. I mean, I could do it. I could do it. And I could make a lot of money. And I could, I could make it happen. And I could have that. But it doesn't thrill me. Right? It doesn't thrill me. And I don't know that the Queen of Wands is able to do something without the passion. Like, if she doesn't have the passion, it's dead in the water, because it has to have that connection. It has to. And you may appear cold to some people because 5 of Swords, 5 of Wands, right? You may appear cold. You may appear detached or unfeeling, or you may appear in a way that that isn't necessarily the reality. Again, a lot of delusions or illusions, or a lot of people jumping to conclusions about things. And yet here you are in this complete knowingness that everything is evening out. See, you're holding your frequency here. You're holding it very, very high in that state of abundance and prosperity. Again, I use those words very openly and generically to kind of let you guys know, like, you can fill those words in, and abundance and prosperity can mean or symbolize whatever you want, whether it's materialistic stuff, whether it's spiritual stuff, whether it's romantic stuff. I don't really care. You get to determine what that is. But all of this is coming into focus. And this Wheel of Fortune, it might be reversed, but a Wheel of Fortune upright or reversed, it doesn't matter, because this wheel is always spinning. What this signifies to me is that you are expanding within the consciousness first. Synergy, right? You are aligning energetically first, which is why there's not a lot going on in the world itself, which is why the changes, right? Which is why you're kind of in this question mark or this holding pattern. And you may feel like you're kind of in this holding place, but energetically that the work is being done. So there's no laziness, there's no apathy, there's no anything. It's just It's just that it hasn't showed up yet. And it probably won't through May. Okay, because I know with these eclipses, there's going to be the adjustments that are needed. Right? In order to get you to the other side of the bridge, to the goal, the bridge needs to be built. And right now, the universe is building that bridge. So you're just kind of hanging out, camping out on one side, doing the energy work and doing the patience work and, going deep within yourself and confronting your own limitations and your own restrictions, opening up your channels while continuing to work toward whatever you're working toward, and just kind of prepared, like you're just prepared to cross the bridge when the universe provides the bridge. And there's no stress and there's no anxiety about it. Okay? A lot of people are going to try to get their own hands dirty, 5 of Wands, and they're going to try to start to build that bridge themselves. But the trick is with that is that like the engineering of that, like the universal tapestry is so complicated that instead of it taking, a very short period of time because you allow the miracle to take place, it may take many, 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 many years to get you to where you want to be because you are determined to struggle in order to build that bridge, because that's the only way that you can see to get across. But there's going to be a lot less effort if you just relax through this season right now. A lot less effort in your life, a lot less struggle in your life if you just let this wave of transformation just occur. Okay? I mean, this is a beautiful reading, especially for an eclipse in your sign, especially such a strong eclipse in your sign on the 16th. And it will be hard, but consciousness of what's going on will be helpful. All right, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. So the cards I'm about to pull out are going to be the cards we will cover in the comprehensive. So the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally speak for an additional 25 to 30 minutes about all of these cards. So we get a little bit more detail. So let's see, what else does the universe need from Scorpio right now? What else does the universe need from Scorpio? Oh, another Queen of Coins, kind of a double down on the Queen of Coins energy there. And we have the 5 of Cups reversed, which is about really letting things go. And then we have the shadow side, the Devil. Okay. For the environment, what is going on around Scorpio that Scorpio needs to know? What is going on around Scorpio? 10 of Coins, beautiful. That abundance is there. It is up for grabs. The money is coming. Page of Coins reversed. Probably the 5 of Wands, 5 of Swords person. And another 2. See, I knew that 2 of Swords didn't really belong to you. I don't feel that it does. I feel that that's other people's confusion. I feel very strongly about that. Okay, now we have, because other people just can't see, right? And then we have the Devil for the Ace of Swords. We have an Ace of Coins. And we have 7 of Coins. 5 of Swords. Knight of Cups. I feel like that one. Page of Wands. And Strength. Definitely going to require your strength. That is for sure. We have a Knight of Wands. Page of Coins. So we got a Page of Coins here and a Page of Coins here. So there's the connection with the external person and the environment. And a lot of Knights coming out. Ten of Wands. The Moon. And the 5 of coins. Like, you may go through this period. So we officially got all the 5s: 5 of swords, 5 of wands, 5 of coins, and 5 of cups. 5s are tough because there's this perception of lack. There's this perception of fear or a lack of safety. So we'll talk about what that means when we get into the reading. So then we have the 5 of wands, another 5 of swords. See, there's bound to be some drama. Eclipse season always kind of brings that out. Another death card. And the 3 of wands, a symbol of wealth and prosperity. 2 of coins. The Fool and the Queen of Swords. We love that. Now this beautiful Queen of Wands, the Hanged Man. Hanged Man reversed, by the way. 3 of Coins. And 5 of Wands again. King of Coins. Ace of Cups reversed. 4 of coins, 9 of wands, King of Cups, and the Wheel of Fortune upright, and then the Hermit reversed. Okay, beautiful. Still a lot to talk about. So you guys know I love you. Hope you guys have an amazing May. If you want to join for the comprehensive, again, that link is in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing month, an amazing eclipse season, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Sagittarius, welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right in with the Knight of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you for this month. So when I pulled him out, my first instinct was the word focus. I don't quite know why, because normally that's not a word that I associate with the Knight of Swords. But that was still the words that, boom, focus, right? Like that there's a lot going on around you, a lot going on with other people around you. We have these pretty intense eclipses going on in Taurus on the April 30th, and then on May 16th in Scorpio. And I feel like there's a lot in your life that needs your attention, that needs your energy, needs your investment. And there's a lot that is absolutely not worth it. And really knowing the difference between the two things, what is worth your investment and what is not worth your investment, is going to be a very valuable asset right now. And with the position of these eclipses being in your 6th house and your 12th house, there is a lot of energy healing, or like healing energy coming through as well. I mean, let's just first of all go through these oracle cards, okay? What do you need to release? Well, we've got this full moon eclipse in Scorpio in the 12th house. So this is a house that is all about surrender. It is all about release. It is all about letting go. There's a lot of compassion and forgiveness that can come through in this house. And I think that this is a month when, really, you kind of put the final nail in the coffin on a lot of things, and you finally bury the things that, truly do not serve you anymore in terms of mindset, in terms of limiting beliefs, in terms of negativity, in terms of anything that has held you back. And what I love here is this dragonfly emergence card, because what happens when we do go through this sort of cleansing, healing, purge process is we do emerge anew. And any kind of work that you can do through meditation, through breathing exercises, through movement, through, anything that you can do is a high quality investment for this Knight of Swords. And some of you may need to talk about things as well. Like you might need to talk through things using communication, using verbal, like your actual words. And then we also have this crown chakra card, which does signify extraordinarily high level vibration and being truly connected to the divine, which links up perfectly with this strength card with her little, infinity sign above her crown. That you are in this space of truly being able to receive some divine inspiration. But in order to receive that divine inspiration, there does need to be, it's kind of like out with the old, in with the new type of energy, And then we also have this Chiron heal card. So again, that healing, the 6th house, 12th house, these are like what I call the healer's axis. 6th house is more about the body, 12th house more spiritual, but yet they are, of course, inextricably linked. And it's just really, it's time, it's time for the things that have been a problem to no longer be a problem anymore, and to clear out your path, to clear out where it is you're going. I think a lot of people are sitting in what I'm calling question mark energy. I think I actually called the Scorpio reading that, the question mark energy. Kind of sitting in that question mark energy, not really being entirely sure where this path is taking you. But the one thing you are absolutely sure about is that your faith in this unknown space is unbendable. And so just by being in that place of certainty within the uncertain is a huge leg up from who you ever used to be. We have this anxiety card. Now, I don't like to throw the word anxiety around because I know that some people, clinical diagnoses type thing, and then others of you just have an anxious feeling. We're all going to be feeling that through the season in our own way because of, Uranus being involved on the 30th a little bit with the conjunction with the moon. There's going to be some intense electric, revolutionary, insightful vibes. And sometimes that can come with, a tensed up stomach or a lot of nervousness going on or anxiety. And yet at the same time, the anxiety is a symptom of knowing that something needs to be released. And when you work through that, when you go deep inside yourself and you kind of really figure out the pinpoint the origin of that, you become more complete. You become more complete. Now, as we make our way in the 9-card block, we start off with the Page of Swords. And we do have this Mercury retrograde happening in Gemini, which of course Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. For you, this is happening up in opposition from you in the 7th house, and then it's going to move back into Taurus. All right. Now, this particular Mercury retrograde, because of also having Mars in Pisces in a squaring angle with where it's going to be going retrograde later this year, right? Mars is going to be going retrograde in Gemini. So this Mercury retrograde plus Mars in Pisces at the squaring angle coming conjunct Neptune is going to make communication a little bit weird. All right. And it's possible, and I talked about talking with the Knight of Swords, it's possible that talking could be an added layer of healing for you. It's kind of like getting it out of your body. But you also are going to need to be careful with whom you communicate things as well, because some people may misinterpret things. Some people may misunderstand. Some people may misunderstand you, expressing a feeling or a fear or an emotion, and they may take it as like a personal attack on them, which of course was not the original intention. And I feel like right now a lot of people are being, triggered, they're being triggered a lot by their own fears of scarcity and lack, right? I think abundance and desire is huge with this North Node in Taurus, and people's awareness of what they don't have is also very much present. And there's a lot of insecurity floating around with a lot of people. Not everybody, right? Not everyone is there. But I think that you have someone around you or someone in your space that is there. Or they have something creeping up within them that also needs to be healed within them that maybe is not normally at the front of their consciousness, but yet here it is, North Node in Taurus, coming up with, all the themes of the having of things, of the money, of the wealth, of the luxury lifestyle, right? They're kind of like keenly aware that they are not that. And therefore they feel separate, and therefore they feel separate from source, and therefore they feel sensitive, and therefore they are in pain. And it's like this whole big cyclical thing, right? So here you are with the High Priestess energy and your awareness of where this type of stuff is really coming from. Where is this other person's, or these other people, these people that you're dealing with, where is the origin, or what is the origin of that? And I think you are able to offer a great deal of compassion. I forgot to go over the Strength card in the environment. Let's just do that right now, because I feel like with the High Priestess and the Strength card, there is this indication that environmentally, in terms of people, places, and things in your life, that you are going to have to remain strong and not bring yourself down to a lower vibration in order to really deal with something. You're going to have to stay elevated. And even this Knight of Swords is kind of running away from this Page of Swords, right? It's about either physically separating from this person and let them sort this out. While you can still be compassionate and still be supportive, you also have to understand that it's also their journey and you can't live it for them. The Strength card is going to be the strength and determination to do that. And to let them feel their feelings, to let them go through the process, because you're going through your own processes too. I mean, this is this is no joke, right? What do you need to release? Chiron, heal. We've got anxiety. We've got emergence. So in the North Node in the 6th house, I always say the 6th house is the house of self-mastery. And this can be a brutal house sometimes, right? This is very karmic, this house. And it really, kind of brings up a lot of things that you would like to improve within yourself. Well, I don't like to use the word improve. That's maybe not the best word, but that you would like to see for yourself, right? That you would like to embody in your life. And yes, that has a lot to do with regular habits and things like that, and your health and, your day-to-day kind of operations, but it's also your beingness and really who you are as a person, and living into being the type of person that you truly want to be. So strength is essential. Strength, courage, empowerment, and staying connected to the divine. And remember that little infinity sign above her crown chakra there. Staying connected and staying rooted in source. And understanding that source always has your back. And that love is always offered to you, and you can offer and channel that love to people who are feeling very separate from source, very disconnected from source, which is why they have so much fear and imbalance, justice reversed, in their life. Now, this lack of balance, right, can be something that you're experiencing as well in your own way. You're experiencing it, and you are experiencing other people experiencing it, and witnessing other people experiencing it too. You see the sameness between people because you are aware of really where you're at in your life. You're aware of who you are becoming. You're aware of your journey. Justice reversed can indicate something unfair that happens, whether to you or to someone else. It's hard for me to say to whom, because I feel so strongly that this Page of Swords is someone else. Like, the only really activity you have through Gemini, the sun will be coming into Gemini later on in the month after the eclipses, but still, maybe this is just, Mercury doing its little thing and, kind of showcasing the areas that need attention, right? Because Mercury is a very attention-oriented, very mental energy-oriented place. So maybe that's why the Page of Swords is just like sucking me in, of like, oh, there's something going on with that Page of Swords that is creating some upheaval. I don't want to, that's a terrible word. I'm creating some imbalance in your life, pulling you, or there's the gravitational force that's kind of getting you out of your own orbit, if you will. I'm just kind of thinking, because when I look at the star and the Ace of Coins, which come out next, I feel that there's something beautiful that will also happen this month as well, in contrast, dealing with this or having to offer compassion for this or having to, think about this even. This is kind of the showcase that the new is coming, right? What do you need to release? You're letting one thing go, but yet you are also gaining something else. Ace of Coins. Now, the Ace of Coins may not be the whole enchilada, right? It may not be the whole of everything you've been working to manifest in your life, but I think it is a satisfying step. It's a satisfying token that the universe is giving to you and saying, hey, Sagittarius, like, I know you're kind of working your way through this. Here's something, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a little bit of money, whether it's a contact or an agreement that's reached, or, whatever it is, something tangible, something real, right? That you can kind of, take and build upon. And it will instill and encourage greater levels of hope with the star within you, okay, that there is this sort of brighter future that is coming. And it's not that we're trying to like do the carrot on the stick type thing, like, oh, it's coming, oh, it's coming, oh, it's coming. I mean, there's going to be time involved. I'm telling people, everybody right now, like, take time out of the equation right now, because if you're setting time limits on things, you're only going to limit yourself. There is a lot of patience that's needed right now. There is especially as Jupiter, especially as Mars is coming in contact with Neptune in Pisces, there's just like this weird, I don't know, things are just kind of weird right now. And so if you place time in there, it's like trying to put structure into something where there really doesn't need to be a lot of structure. You're trying to create rigidity where there should not be any rigidity, all right? That's what time is right now. It's something a little too rigid for the environment, okay? So we want to be loose. We want to be flexible. We want to be relaxed about things. This is why I love the High Priestess, because she's in her throne. She's in her seat of power here. She's able to offer compassion, and yet she remains detached. She's able to offer love, and yet she does not entangle herself with this kind of lower level or lower quality thinking, because she knows that she is rooted in Source. She knows that she is a divine creator, and she doesn't doubt that for one moment. And she also understands why this person doesn't believe that within themselves, because maybe at one point you didn't believe that you were as well. So of course, there's nothing but love there. That's all that can be. But you also don't want to get mixed up with that, because it can pull you down very quickly as well. And there's a lot of healing with the star that comes through. There is a lot of openness, a lot of boundlessness, and you have your sights set on gold, 10 of Coins. You absolutely have your sights set on gold. And I'm going to use the word gold because it is Taurus season and Taurus rules gold. Okay. So there's this wealth, this abundance, this prosperity. Now you get to fill in the gaps in terms of what that means for you. Everyone is going to have a different definition of what prosperity means, or wealth means, or abundance means. So you get to write that down in your own story. But yet here it is, 10 of Coins, and it is waiting, and it is perched, and it is ready to come. And I know you're ready. And here's a token of like, here's one coin, Sagittarius, right? Kind of like sliding it across the table. The universe says, here's a coin. Like, I promise I'm good for it. And the universe is good for it, for sure. But right now, the energy really does need to be on the release of things because of the nature of the eclipses. Now, a lot of people say, And I say this every eclipse cycle. Some people say, do not do manifestation things during eclipses. It's a really bad idea, don't do it. I personally disagree with that. I think that eclipse energy can be used for much, much grander and longer term goals, like multiple year. Like this is not for like just short term manifesting of things, right? This is for like lifetime goals that can unfold 6 months at a time. So every 6 months we have the new eclipse cycle, and you can see every 6 months you getting closer and closer and closer to this bigger thing. That's just my personal take on it. You can take it or leave it. Hate it or love it. I don't know. But that's how I've been using it. And so far it's gotten me a lot farther than I thought I would be. And there is a gold mine here for you, Sag. There really, really is. There's everything you could ever want, everything you could ever ask for is here. And it's showing you that it is coming, that it is available to you. And the more and more you release, the more tokens will be released. The more you let go, the more the universe will let go. That giving is the same as receiving. They truly are one and the same. Okay? And we have this judgment card. And I like that judgment and justice sort of came out together, because I feel like on a more basic level with judgment, even just the word judgment shows to me that you will be using good judgment this month, right? Generally speaking, all with any relationship, with any situation, with any scenario, whether it's someone at work, whether it's your spouse, whether it's your significant other, your boyfriend, girlfriend, whether it's a family member, a parent, whatever, you will be practicing good judgment. Because you are coming from a high, just an elevated place of consciousness. You're coming from a more compassionate place, or you have the potential to, if you want, although there are going to be some Sagittarians that won't make it through to this reading because they're just not there. And they don't understand, the difference between where they are and where they're headed, really. And that's fine. But I feel like you're coming out of a haze of some sort as well with this judgment card. You're coming out of some sort of a haze, some sort of a fog that you didn't even know was there is starting to lift. To me, this reading screams clarity, right? Screams clarity. Even though you may be in this question mark energy, when you're still firmly rooted and grounded, you're clear because your faith and your wisdom keeps you clear. So this fog is lifting, this sort of haziness of mind, this haziness of understanding of something. I'm getting like that image of like super, like right after it snows, like in like Canada or something, right? Where it snows. And then the next morning, everything is frozen, crystal clear white, and the air is just like pristine. I'm kind of getting like that quality of clarity is what I'm hearing. Your mind is just on fire. And when that happens, Two of Coins, you actually generate choices. You generate paths. You generate openings. And when I see the Two of Coins, to me, it suggests that you're going to have multiple opportunities in front of you, multiple paths. I suspect that there will be one specific one coin of the 2 coins that is going to be more attractive or draw you in closer to your goal a lot faster with something, right? This is where the investment needs to be. Remember, let me just tie it back to the beginning, because I said there's going to be something that's going to really need your investment. You're going to need to know what does not need your investment. This right here, this imbalance, this person who's all in their head about scarcity and lack or whatever, definitely not worth your investment. There's nothing that you can really do or say to get them out of their haze. Only you can just allow your own haze to fully lift. All right. And just bask in the beauty of your own clarity Bask in the beauty of your own certainty during uncertain situations. All right? And I feel that special doors, special openings, unprecedented, like very out of the blue, very surprising things could happen. Someone really random says something, someone you never met before offers you something, and it's just like, wow, the universe really does work in mysterious ways, because there is no way I ever could have generated this myself. And you're going to have an abundance of options, that's for sure. As long as you're willing to see them. See, the judgment only really comes to people who are willing. If you're not willing, you're going to be confused. That's the tricky part. If you find yourself confused about a path, confused about an option, confused about a person, you're not fully in that judgment energy yet. And that's okay. You don't have to be. There's still just more to release, and that's all. And that's all you then. And that's where you can be certain. All right? Because when a mind is sure, when a mind is rooted in source, and when you are deeply connected with your own desire. See, desire is kind of like the vehicle that our higher self or our soul uses to guide us. And I don't mean like desire of like, oh, I just want a bunch of cash because it's going to make me feel like look cool with my friends. We're not talking about that kind of nonsense, right? We're talking about like, I want to paint this beautiful picture and for no reason at all, right? I want to go on a long drive. I want to, randomly stop at this little store, this new coffee shop, and just see what's there. Like those kind of desires. When you're in tune with those kinds of desires, you are in tune with your greater than self guidance system. And when you're in tune with your greater than self guidance system, you will always find yourself in the right place at the right time. Always, always, always. Okay. I think you have some really cool things. There will be a wonderful, wonderful options for you. Let's pull out the clarifier. So the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. If you want to join, we usually talk for like 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, so we do go into a lot more detail. So we got the Hermit reversed. So we're clarifying the Knight of Swords, which is what else does the universe need from you right now? Hermit reverse. We go, the Knight of Wands, which is the Sagittarius card. We got the Sagittarius and the Gemini card. And the Chariot. Ooh, see, I said the vehicle, right? And then we get the Chariot, the vehicle, the desire to expand, the desire to put yourself in more positive situations with more positive people. Now in the environment, we got the Seven of Cups. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of confused people out there. Three of Cups. Beautiful. We love that. And Death. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's take a look at the Page of Swords reversed. What else do we need to know about this Page of Swords reversed? This Page of Swords was giving me a lot of anxiety. King of Wands. Queen of Wands. And the Hermit. Let's do one more card for that. Let's just see. One more. Five of Swords. Okay. Now for the Five of Coins. Death. Page of Cups reversed. The Fool. Beautiful Four of Swords. This High Priestess is offering a lot of peace. Seven of Cups reversed. This is what I mean. Like, you're not confused. I promise you, you're not. You're just, and then we got 8 of Wands. Page of Swords reversed. See, I knew that Justice card really belonged to that Page of Swords reversed. I knew it. I'm so glad we got confirmation for that. 4 of Cups. I feel like it's that top one there. 2 of Cups. Okay. We've got 2 of Swords. 7 of Swords. 10 of coins. See, 10 of coins, exactly. That Ace of Coins is from the 10 of Coins reserves, okay, that the universe is holding for you. The Magician. The Wheel of Fortune. Oh my gosh. 6 of Swords reversed. 10 of Coins. We got the 5 of Wands reversed. Got the Knight of Swords upright. Ace of Coins reversed. Temperance. Ace of Cups, 9 of Swords. The Sun, beautiful. Love that. Oh, Strength. See, I knew that this 2 of Coins was like a powerful card. Then we have the Ace of Wands reversed. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the I'm really excited about this one for you guys. So we're going to pick up here at the comprehensive. So again, if you want to join, link in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, I hope you have an amazing May. You guys know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Capricorn, welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and begin with the Page of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, we are in eclipse season, April 30th. We've got that new moon eclipse in Taurus, May 16th. In Scorpio, full moon, pretty intense on the 16th. And I feel that this is a quality time for Capricorn to really just be super, super open, okay? Any rigidity or stubbornness or locked in way of thinking really is not going to serve right now. This is a great time to experiment and to play and to dip your toes in new waters and to get creative and just to kind of like see where something takes you, right? To really allow yourself to be truly led into something. And the Page of Swords is so open, right? We've got these big, beautiful open skies with these big billowy clouds. And to me, it just signifies this like, this open, infinite expanse, and I think that the universe, or really spirit or source or God or your higher self, whatever you want to refer to it as, is really like, I don't know, there's like this connection that's wanting to happen. And it's trying to grab you by the hand and it's trying to lead you somewhere. And the less rigid and stubborn you can be, the more likely you are to be led where you are supposed to go a lot faster. I think right now there is a lot of speed, like the evolution is very speedy, and this has a lot to do with Saturn being in Aquarius, which is an air sign, which is a very, very low density element. And this air quality does make things happen or create manifestations very, very quickly. So I think if you have a general idea of where you're wanting to go, and you can remain surrendered to the divine, which we have this card here, you are putting yourself in an excellent position of strength. And let me just I know I'm kind of going out of order, but I just want to say King, 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 plus with this astrology card, dignified is indicating dignified planetary placements, which is a huge strength. So to go from a Page of Swords energy, which is very humble and open, to be on the king's throne, it's a big leap. And I think that you're setting yourself up to take a huge leap with the Tower and the environment. There's going to be a big drastic change in your life for the better. Okay. And I do think it is for the better. Now, some of you may have to deal with some drama at first. You know, you may have to deal with some issues, or, you know, have to have a conversation with someone that you don't really want to have, or take a risk of some kind, but it will accelerate this progress. I always say that the Tower is essentially the Wheel of Fortune in disguise. You know, it's what is necessary and needed to make room for the Wheel of Fortune to really start turning over in your favor. The Tower cracks us open. The Tower, and this is definitely environmental. So things around you are changing, you know, your external environment, people, places, and things, you know, and you may notice that other people in your life are kind of, you know, in a state of chaos or stress as well. And all you have to do is just really focus in on this Page of Swords energy and say, you know what, universe, I am open to receiving. I'm open to this path. I'm open to this idea. And I'm completely surrendered to how we can make this happen. I don't know that the how is very important. It's not nearly as important as your wisdom. And if you don't feel like you're operating in true wisdom, which is a knowingness, right? You can at least try operating in faith. At the bare minimum, operating in faith, knowing that your path is leading you somewhere that is going to put you in a position of real power, okay? And this means making great money. This means a position of authority within your careers. This means, you know, having the kind of relationship that you want, that you feel safe and secure in, and that it's actually moving forward toward marriage. You know, it's building a family, it's building a home, it's all of the things that you could possibly want to manifest, putting you in a position of power over those things. And not power like authority or like corrupt power, but, you know, like spiritual, divine power. And it is a big leap, and it will feel a little drastic. I think that the Tower kind of does jolt you, and I don't know what else we could expect from the eclipses, if I'm being totally honest. You know, like, it's eclipse season, it's in Taurus and Scorpio, and these are fixed energy zodiac signs, right? They're the highest density with earth and water, you know? So, I mean, there's a lot going on, and we are changing. We have this card of hope, which hopefully you do have. You know, you have hope for what can come, which is what is so critical in Tower moments. You know, one of my, I'm not going to call it a favorite book. It was just an okay book, but it was a book that still changed my life nonetheless. And it's called Zen and the Art of Happiness. And I think the main premises of that book is, no matter what happens, it's always for the best. It's the best possible thing that could have happened. And hope with the Tower and this sort of way of thinking that it was the best possible thing that could have happened, it frees you up to be in this open state so that your vision can truly come to light. We also have this Gaia nurturing card, which means that the things of the earth, right? This is Taurus season. We've got the North Node in Taurus. So we have to talk about earthly things. And because you are also an earth sign, this is especially important. Earth signs, earth energies, earth element influences, you know, they do speak to the things of this world, and money and food and luxury items and homes and material goods and all those things, they're all included in that. And I feel that the nurturing quality is that reminder of the abundance that is truly available to you at any moment. All you have to do is open yourself up to receive it. And that's what this card promises. It promises that infinite abundance. Now we have this other kind of random card. It's anger. Okay, anger is not really the tone that I would like to have, but the cards come out and they are what they are. So we have to address it. And maybe that is associated with the Tower. Maybe there is something going on environmentally or with a relationship with someone, or, some kind of a legal battle that you're having, or a child-parent dynamic that's a bit difficult, or a health concern that you have. A tower moment may temporarily seem like things are going in the wrong direction. And that's the thing with the tower, is it's so tricky, and you have to be able to interpret it properly in the moment. Because if you go through a tower moment and you interpret it as something bad or something unwanted and something that you wish didn't happen, and it instills anger in you, you are then responsible for the effects of that new angry vibration. Okay, and you're going to have to make sure that when you feel feelings of anger, and I'm not telling you to not feel it, but I will tell you to not spiral. Okay, I will tell you to not clench or cling on to that, because this is temporary. This is a flash in the pan kind of energy. It's like in and out, boom. And if you cling to that, if you grasp onto that and attach any and all sorts of meaning to it, you are locking yourself into, and you're setting new momentum in a new direction that is not favorable for you. So you have to be aware of your anger. You have to be aware of any negative emotions that surface. Please, by all means, feel them, process them. You can understand them. You can get to the point of origin for them. Whatever it is, you can do that. But you don't want to fester. And you definitely don't want to suppress, anything like that. In fact, we do want to let it out, so it's okay. But you don't want to sit there. Because when we have all these kings and we have this dignified strength card, these kings, they look forward, right? They have a very clear understanding that their mind and their emotional states is their present reality. Okay, this tower was an effect of something that you set in motion a while ago because you asked for something. You asked for a new life. You asked for a new way to make money. You asked for a new job. You asked for a new relationship that would make you happy, right? You asked for happiness. You asked for fulfillment and satisfaction, and you asked for it. So this tower had to happen in order to clear space for the thing that you're asking for or already asked for in the past. Okay, this wouldn't really manifest in your world if it was not something that had been a part of your vibrational makeup for quite some time. This is an inevitable breaking point of some kind. Okay, so there's no need to be angry because it's doing you a huge favor. Like I say, it's the Wheel of Fortune in disguise. And we have this King of Wands in the reversal position. One of the things with the Page of Swords, his openness and experimentalness and his fluidity. And when I look at this, I say there's going to be a couple of weeks, especially as we move in through May, first couple of weeks of May, where action, I don't know. I don't know that you're going to feel that inspiration to take a huge leap into something or to take a huge risk into something. I feel like the actions that you will take in the beginning of May are going to be a lot more like baby steps. Just sort of dipping your toe in the pool, getting a feel for something, getting the tools that you need, maybe strategizing a little bit. In fact, I think I would prefer, with the King of Swords in the upright position, I would prefer more mental activity. It's like aligning the energy first, right? You're kind of getting the frequency right. King of Swords is strategic, but again, not in the minutia. It's not about like, okay, today I have to do these 10 things. These are the tasks that need to be done. All these kings are more big picture type energies. They're much more focused on end goal, end game results. So what I see here is a defining of the vision more than anything. Defining of the vision. And when I say strategy, maybe that's not the right word. Maybe it's not strategizing. Maybe it's visualization. Maybe that's a much better word to use. And dedicating your energy toward visualization for yourself, for your life. Now, a lot of people, I've said this in a couple of other readings, I'll say it to you guys, and a lot of people will disagree with me on this, and that's fine. And, you know, you don't have to do this, and that's totally cool. But a lot of people say, do not do manifestation ceremonies and things during eclipses. It's dark energy. The nodes are unpredictable and all this stuff. I personally tend to disagree with that. I personally feel that eclipses, though, are better used for really, really long-term goals because they kind of click forward every 6 months. So it's not like a month to month or a 2-week cycle. It's not a short-term thing. This is grand stuff. The grand ending end result where you ultimately want to end up in your life type stuff. And really thinking about that and allowing the heightened energy that eclipses bring to instill certain emotion and certain feelings and certain imaginings for the sake of creation, because there's going to be a lot that gets stirred up, especially with this. And this is going to send a lot of, information to you about okay, you're really ready, you're really ready to ask for this big stuff. You're really ready to kind of get prepared mentally. You're kind of starting this whole new thing. And as Pluto, even though he's technically still in Capricorn this year and he won't really officially leave until 2024, but he's been in there since 2008, he's coming to an end. He's hitting up against these last degrees. He's going retrograde right now. Next year, he's going to be moving into Aquarius and then back into Cap and then back into Aquarius again. And then he's done, and you'll never see Pluto again in your sign during your lifetime. So, it makes sense that things are coming to this big close. So King of Swords is more about the vision, and even the King of Coins being more about the resources that are going to be needed at this time. And remember, Gaia is available to you. Mother Earth and all things that belong to Earth, including money, is available to you as long as you are truly ready to receive. Now, the point of this Page of Swords is to open you up. It's to get you to a place of allowance and surrender so that the universe can actually grab you by the hand and pull you. Any Capricorn who is rigid in thought right now, who is rigid in their way of doing things, are going to be missing out on a huge opportunity to take a huge leap into something great. And right now, using eclipse season to line things up, because eventually, as the sun moves into Gemini late in May, 6th house, that's going to be all about making things happen. And I see that with the Knight of Wands in the very center of the reading. It goes from no action or baby steps, King of Wands reversed, and honing in on the real vision, to boom, being on a horse and taking huge steps. So throughout May, you're going to notice a big difference between the beginning of May and the end of May, right? As we come off of the eclipses and activates Gemini. And also we've got the Mercury retrograde going on as well as of the 10th. Okay. So, there's going to be this moment of turnover. And all of a sudden your vision is going to be a source of significant ambition for you. It's a driver. Your vision becomes something tangible. It becomes a real possibility in your mind, and you truly start to believe that you can do this. This is what Two of Wands is really all about, right? It's about envisioning your world. There's so much to be said about this vision that you have. And please include material things in there, right? I know that sometimes we want to be noble and spiritual and all that, but when it comes to personal relationships, when it comes to your financial situation, when it comes to your home environment, when it comes to your wardrobe and the things that you have and all that kind of stuff, please include that in your vision. Because I know you all want satisfaction. I know you want fulfillment. I know you want that sense of contribution to humanity and society, and you want to take care of your family. And there's all these noble things that Capricorn wants. But there's also got to be something fun and pleasurable and exciting and, like temporary, all that kind of stuff. That's what we're here on this earth for, to enjoy the things of this earth. So include that in the vision, because there's going to come this moment, boom, all of a sudden you start taking these leaps in this world. This is a Saturn energy, by the way, this world card. This is not a fast moving energy. It's a very neutral, but it's also very potent as well. And again, this is what I mean. Like there's this ending, right? Because this is number 21. This is the last card of the major arcana. So there is this ending. There's this churning of things that is trying to kind of portal you through into kind of your next way of being. But remember, we're not officially into, I really think the year 2023, when Saturn comes into Pisces, I really think 2023 is going to be like a really crazy, cool, awesome year for a lot of people. There will be a lot of global stuff that happens. I don't want to get into all that, but I do think that on a personal level, this is a time when we really just become someone totally different. Okay. And our whole life takes this entirely new bend. But it's slow. So like what you're experiencing now is just kind of the beginning of what's happening over the next 3 to 4 years. Okay. And the next 3 to 4 years are going to be huge for personal development. They're going to be huge for learning a lot of new things, especially when Saturn comes into your third house in 2023. There's going to be a deep in concentration on learning new things and expanding your mind and gathering and collecting a lot of information and connecting with people and working and collaborating with people and your creativity and all of that. So there's kind of like this prep work going on. There's this opening of that portal. See, even the 8 of Wands is like, yeah, you can take big leaps and yes, you can start making things happen. But remember that things are going to be moving very, very quickly, but they are still kind of in this longer term or more macro thing. So that's why your openness is so important, and that's why your vision is so important, because then you're not going to be restrained and restricted by this idea of when you think this all needs to happen, and you can actually develop and create. Because what's happening is whatever it is you're building, whatever it is you're hoping for in your life, whatever it is you're working toward, it's not really that you are the one creating those things. What's really happening is you are creating yourself, and that thing is a byproduct of self-creation. It's kind of backwards from what you would normally think. And so having this sort of temperance and this sort of zen about everything, because I know that Capricorn really likes to, you're cardinal earth. So when it comes to making things happen, I don't know who's better in the whole zodiac, right? We all have our own way of making things happen, but Capricorn is really known for making things happen. Like whatever you set your mind to, you absolutely 100% can do. That is the beauty of Saturn, right? It's hard, it's tough, but you can do it. And so this more moderate, fluid, more surrendered, more vision-based kind of way about going about doing things is, it's a little different. But it's going to be that much more successful for you because of your faith or your wisdom if you're at that level. And the Page of Cups, I love, he's coming out at the end, because I feel like this is an indication, right? This is a person, a phone call, a token, if you will, that will likely come in at some point throughout the month that is going to indicate to you that this vision of yours is right. And when I say right, what I mean is it's aligned with your higher self, meaning you're not resisting the internal desire that you have. Right? Because sometimes we're often very split. Like we want something huge in our life. We want something grand. And then we immediately go into, well, how am I going to get it mode? Immediately, what do I need to do? What tasks need to be taken? What's, like I said, the whole strategy and everything, what needs to be accomplished, and who do I, and you go down the list of all the things. And that's kind of in conflict with the higher self. That's kind of like, you know what, I probably might, help you out a little bit. You don't have to do all the work yourself. I mean, you can if you want to, but you don't have to. And I think that this is a symbol that just by getting the energy right, especially just in the first couple of weeks, like during the actual eclipses themselves, getting the energy right, getting the energy lined up or teed up, if you will. And then the universe is going to say, okay, the energy is aligned. We can move forward now. And that's when this sort of Knight of Wands energy, who's ready to take the leaps and bounds of things, because there's an enthusiasm, there's an optimism, there's a sense of expansion. This is a Sagittarian quality. So there's all of that, like, expansiveness, Jupiterian, getting bigger, magnification, growth, all that kind of stuff is definitely there for you when it's time. If you're not naturally feeling that, see, the thing with this is that it's a natural feeling. It just sort of comes to you. It's not something you have to force. In the beginning, you may feel like you're trying to force something. You're trying to force an idea. And it may come in the form of like brainstorming about stuff. Well, I could do this and I could do this. And well, what if I took this idea and I sort of changed it like this? And well, so-and-so is doing this. And you're trying to make the idea come. But really, we just want to picture you on your throne up here in your power, living the exact life you want to live. And I guarantee you that idea will pop into your head, boom, like a bolt of lightning, and totally change the game. And then you'll have that enthusiasm and that passion that will then, again, the path will just reveal itself. And it will feel magical. It absolutely will feel magical. Okay, let's pull out the clarifiers. This is going to be a great comprehensive, I think. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Page of Swords, which is additional information about what the universe really needs from you. Definitely that one. Three of Cups. Oh, I love that with the Gaia nurturing card. It's that reminder of the abundance of the earth. The Eight of Cups. And Six of Swords, the movement. Mirrors the World card as well. In the environment, we have the Ten of Swords. Yes. Oh, we have the Ten of Wands, and we have the King of Wands reversed. Interesting. Okay, so there's a connection with an external person with that King of Wands reversed too. So I didn't get that feeling when I was just doing the 9-card block. I felt like all of these were just aspects of you. But now here's a King of Wands in the external environment, so we'll talk a little bit about what that might mean in the comprehensive. Okay, so let's focus a little bit more on the King of Wands. Ooh, we have the King of Swords upright here. A lot of kings. Queen of Cups. And the Sun, beautiful. King of Swords, we got the Hermit. We got the Ten of Swords. And we have the Ten of Cups reversed. King of Wands. So we officially got the King of Wands 3 times coming out. Queen of Coins reversed. And the Empress reversed. Okay, I think the feminine energy needs to be addressed a little bit, and not even in the comprehensive, but just right here, okay? Because I feel that the feminine energy is just a little bit lacking right now, but that's actually going to be more beneficial for you in the first couple of weeks of May, okay? So be cognizant of your receptivity, your surrenderedness, Because the more and more you try to control this and you jump into something and you try to like force something to happen, the more likely it is to just be way, way, way more work than it ever needed to be. And there might be some financial missteps and things like that. So I would just really just cool your jets here. Okay, so we've got the devil. Now, if you're feeling the passion, then by all means. But if you're not feeling like the passion, then you're going to need to like take a step back and just breathe. Or, I mean, you don't need to. You can do whatever you want. But that would be my recommendation. 5 of Cups. And the Emperor. See all the masculine energy. It's crazy. 8 of Wands. That Knight of Wands wants to just really just go for it. He is just no filter at all. No filter. A lot of you, by the way, are Vedic Sagittarians too. So you do have a little bit of that Sagittarian quality, some of you. Not all of you, but some of you. King of Coins. I love the King of Coins for you. Beautiful. 3 of Wands, card of wealth and prosperity. See, Wheel of Fortune with the World. I told you that Tower. I knew the Wheel of Fortune was going to come out. I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. 4 of Coins. Page of Coins. Slowly but surely. The Moon. Another Page of Cups. 7 of Cups. Now for Temperance. The Star, beautiful. Love that she keeps coming out. 2 of Swords and Strength reversed. Another 3 of Cups, amazing. 9 of Swords. The Fool, and bottom of the deck, the 4 of Swords reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive if you want to join. You guys know how much I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Now, the Page of Coins is what I call one of my students of the tarot. There's this openness and this willingness to learn. And I think that's a really, really important notion for you, because I think that you are moving into a new vibration, right? I remember last month's reading, it was like every card except for 2 were like major arcana cards, and it was called Breakaway. I think I called the video. And it was really all about, like this separation between the past and the future, right? And you breaking away from all of your chains and all of your fears and all the things that have held you back in the past, and you are moving forward. But now that you're moving forward, you're kind of a novice in this new vibration, right? So you're kind of getting your feet wet with this, greater sense of goodness in your life. And sometimes when you do make that breakaway, there is a little bit of chaos too. So I'm not saying everything is perfect, right? Especially not during eclipse season. As we make our way April 30th, we have the new moon eclipse in Taurus, and then we have like the really big full moon eclipse on the 16th in Scorpio, which will be a really intense, really powerful eclipse. And that's in your 10th house. So there's this quality or this notion of really where you're going. But this Page of Coins is kind of just only able to take one step in front of the other and say, well, I'm learning and I'm willing to be led. I'm willing to be guided. I'm willing to be taught. I'm willing to be shown, from my higher self, from my divinity, of really what I'm meant to do in this new space. Because I think a lot of people right now with their lives, they're feeling like they're doing all the right things and they're moving in the right direction and they're doing all the healing work and they're doing, making a lot of improvements and things. But then there's that question of like, yeah, but where is this all going? And the good news is that with the environment card, the Wheel of Fortune, it's going somewhere really, really great for you, you know, and the things that you're hoping to get from, well, I don't want to say get from, that might not be the right phrasing, but the things that you're hoping to experience from this, whether it's a lifestyle change, whether it's financial changes, whether it's a relationship status change, new home environment, new career, new friends, new children, whatever it is you're hoping to experience or to expand into, the external world is going to start showing up for you. Remember, that doesn't always come easily. It's not always without... I'm going to use the word chaos. It's not always without chaos. It's not always without distress, right? Because a lot of other people might not be comfortable with whom you are becoming. And so their reactions are going to be a part of that. But that's even more of this breakaway energy. Right now, I feel two very different things going on for you. And as I look at the 9-card block, well, let's just point out some generic things here. We've got the 2 of coins, right? We've got the balancing of the 2 coins. We've got the 2 swords. We've got the 6 of coins that does have a picture of the scales, okay? And then we have justice reversed. So for you this month, the notion of balance, the notion of give and receive, the notion of, masculine energy, feminine energy, any kind of polarity you can think of is very much at play for you. And I think one of those polarities is expansion versus retraction, because over here I have this trapped in fear card. Trapped in fear, but it's also right next to have faith in your dreams. And those are contradictory, I think, in some ways. And there may be a part of you that wants to stay trapped in fear because that's the part of you that feels safe. You know, it's you were there for so long. But the whole point of 2022 and having this Saturn in Aquarius, and, you know, not to mention Saturn through Pisces over the next few years as well, it's all about pushing boundaries. It's all about getting uncomfortable. It's about revolutionizing your life. It's about completely, obliterating the status quo and reestablishing and getting ready to truly reestablish new structures in your life. And so this fear thing, while present and while tempting, I don't think it really has a chance. The only way it has a chance is if you restrict yourself so much on purpose, which is going to be incredibly painful. And I don't think any of you Aquarians really want to do that. And I don't think any of you are. I just think that the temptation is there because for whatever reason, the familiarity of that is considerable. But yet the faith in your dreams, I also believe, is quite inevitable for you, that you're not going to have a choice but to have faith in your dreams, because you've got 2 wheels of fortune here. You've got the sun energy here. You got the 10 of cups energy. And so like the loss that you would incur by staying trapped in fear is so great that there is no possible way that you are going to stay there. I just don't see it. I really, really don't. But you may need to, now we have 2 cards of like, this card says solitude, island, and this card says isolation. All right. Now these particular oracle cards are kind of going hand in hand, meaning you may really need some alone time right now. Your 4th house is heavily activated with the Taurus season, right? The sun coming through the 4th. You also have strong 2nd house energy with Mars coming through. And even though Venus and Jupiter are moving through the 3rd house, which is a little bit more of a social house, I think the sun in the 4th and Mars in the 2nd, plus you still have Saturn in the 1st, they're going to pull you indoors a little bit. They're going to pull you into your domestic life, pull you into your home environment where you are safe, and where you have emotional security as well. And it's going to enable you to sort things out in your mind, because with Venus and Jupiter coming through the third house, there is going to be a lot that you're going to need to sort out through your mind. There's also Mercury retrograde as well. So, the mind energy needs to get on board with where the heart is really going. And this last oracle card, which says solar calm or clarify, I think isolation and solitude is going to be important for you to clarify within yourself what it is that you're truly determined to do. And the choice will be quite clear. Am I determined to stay where I am, trapped and resistant to expansion? Or am I going to have faith in my dreams and go after it and allow myself to believe? And I think that in a lot of ways, it's that allowing yourself to believe that it is possible for you that is going to really be sinking in this month, right? Allowing yourself to believe, because sometimes we intellectually believe, and we'll say it all day long, and you and I will sit across from the table from one another, and you'll tell me how much you believe in your dreams and how much you believe in this lifestyle that you want and how much you believe in these changes that you are determined to make. But your vibration is saying something totally different. So this is about synchronization of what you know you should want and what you know you do want, and the actual wanting of it. There's a massive alignment happening for you, and it's going to feel good once you finally sink in. And that's why the Wheel of Fortune is coming out in the environment, is because that alignment is getting tighter and tighter. It's kind of like when you kind of are tuning that radio, right? And you can tell when you're getting close to a station because it kind of picks it up. There might be a little bit of static at first, but once that dial is perfectly on that frequency, that signal comes through perfectly. So there seems to be like this adjustment happening for you with these eclipses. And then when we get into the 9-card block, of course, we start off with the sun energy, which is all about, your inner light shining through, your inner sense of joy, your inner sense of passion and creativity and love and the higher consciousness, really, really using you as a vehicle to expand itself. And see, this is why the Page of Coins is so beautiful, is because you're willing to just kind of accept what your inner guidance system is really trying to guide you to do. There's just opportunity. And I think in your heart of hearts, you know that. And I think you feel the beauty of these wide open spaces in front of you. A little scary, maybe. Again, it's not without its chaos. It's not without its emotional drama. It's not without its fear, that's natural. But I also don't see any of that stopping you. And when I look at this Two of Coins, sometimes when I look at this card, I get different interpretations. This particular reading, this context, the feeling that I'm getting is the energy of a trade-off, right? You're trading one thing for the other, almost like a teeter-totter, right? The weight of something is moving to the other side. And that, again, can be an uncomfortable feeling, because all of a sudden there's kind of like this inertia, and you're getting put into some sort of a new movement, a new frequency. Feels different, feels weird, it feels good. You feel a little bit happier, but it does mean that things are falling by the wayside. It does mean that things that used to be important are no longer really that important. It means that people that used to be in your life aren't showing up as much. It means that, you're kind of in this blank slate stage. And the thing is, with this Clarify card, and I love the Clarify energy with the Two of Swords reversed, because sometimes with the Two of Swords we reversed, or Two of Swords in general, we feel like we're at a crossroads. But in this context, I think that if you're sitting at what appears to be a crossroads, it's an indication. It's not about the choices that you have, and it's definitely not about the consequences of those choices. It's more about the confusion about these options is symptomatic of incoherence, meaning your head and your heart are not aligned, or you and your higher self are not aligned. So if you are looking at options in front of you and you don't know which one to choose, and you are sitting there and doing pros and cons lists and trying to figure out the most likely consequences of each choice, like if you're doing that, probably neither option is really what your soul is trying to get you to pick up on. And that you're making this decision from ego, right? Strength reversed, or a position of weakness. But this sunlight is so bright, so powerful. The sun is so huge and has such a huge gravitational force that even though you may fight against it, right? Just because you go indoors and hide in the shade does not mean that the sun stops shining. The sun is always going to keep shining. And as it continues to shine, that divine message is going to continue to come through. You just have to open your eyes or step outside and allow yourself to see the light. And what that is allowing yourself to believe the things that you want to believe. And when you finally sink in, when you finally release the resistance for these dreams, these goals, these ambitions, these things that may seem outlandish to other people. These are probably things that, you won't tell a lot of people because they're going to think you're crazy. You want $1 billion? Oh, you're crazy. You don't work hard enough for that. They're going to think you're crazy. So that's why this solitude and isolation is actually a really important thing, so that you don't have all this external chatter, kind of coming in and muddying up the waters. This Page of Coins is so pure and so innocent, and it can get its head full of all sorts of ideas. So if you can only get your head full of the ideas directly from source, you're golden. But if you start filling your head up with, information from other people and opinions and perspectives from other people who aren't at the level that you want to be at, whatever that means for you, probably a good idea to separate yourself from those voices, whether physically separate yourself from them or just simply tune them out. I'm not saying what they have to say isn't relevant, but it's going to taint the frequency. I think right now being in, I don't want to say control over, because I think that sounds very, arrogant and very demanding, but to have some sort of intention, to intentionally hold an energy, a positive, vibrant, loving, generous, appreciative, grateful frequency, to continue to hold that is kind of the key to everything that you're hoping to achieve in your life. So that has to be pure, like pristine clear. Because this Six of Coins, right? What goes out comes in, right? There's always reciprocity here. So you have to understand that the energy that you give is the same as the energy that you give back. Okay? Or that you get back, rather. Now, I'm not saying that everything is always, equal, or you may not always perceive it that way. I mean, it is always equal. You just may not perceive it that way, right? There's this, and I love the kind of vibe that this guy is giving in the center. He's just so secure in himself. He's so confident, not arrogant, but confident. He is operating in such faith that as he gives, that he will get more. And he doesn't give for the intention of getting. That would muddy up the waters, right? That's not what we're trying to do. We're not giving only to get. We are giving because of our wisdom and our understanding that giving is receiving. So whether you give money, whether you give time, whether you give energy, whether you give knowledge or wisdom, whatever it is, that will come back to you tenfold. And then it may end up coming back to you at such a rate that you can't give big enough. And the problem becomes, how do I give so much? Like, I didn't realize that I would be in a position where I couldn't figure out how to really give as much as I know I could give. And I don't mean in a self-sacrificial, put yourself last kind of way. I mean in an empowered way, an empowered state of giving. See, this Wheel of Fortune, it's really, really turning over for you guys. And I know that Saturn has been rough for some of you, but those of you who are consciously working through and with the Saturnian energy have probably grown more in the past 3 years than you have in the past 10 years combined, right? That the lessons that you've been able to acquire and to go through are indeed some of the most life-changing. This Wheel of Fortune is dying to turn over. It's dying to give you more, right? It's dying to enhance your position in this world. It wants you to succeed. It wants you to have the money. It wants you to have the love. It wants you to be at that higher vibration. It really, really does. But it can only operate at the pace that you are operating. So if you are in fear, or if you hold even a little bit of that in your heart, this Wheel of Fortune can only give so much. It can only match that with this in the water. That's the most that it can do. So the more clean your energy, the more that Wheel of Fortune turns. But we have the Ten of Cups, which suggests emotional success. It suggests that energy of fulfillment and satisfaction that we so crave in this world is absolutely 100% yours. It's yours for the taking. And that's the point of this reading, is to get you to this place of fulfillment. And just because you are fulfilled does not mean that you will not continue to want to expand. I think that's just the natural way of things, right? The universe itself is expanding all the time. Everything is being born. Everything is, there's always new life right behind the old life. There's always the next generation. There's always the next version. And that includes, from the forest trees to the schools of fish in the ocean to the versions of you that you get to go through in this lifetime. And so really embracing that turnover that you go through, but also being grateful and appreciative of everything the way it is now, is absolutely going to crack your heart open and get you to this place of joy, this place of serenity and peace. And we have this Two of Wands next to the Justice reversed. Now, the Two of Wands is about the way you see your world. It's about your vision. That's why having faith in your dreams is so important, because your dreams is the vision, the things that you want to experience in this life. And again, the more clear cut about what you want, the more likely you are to have that thing. And I think this trapped in fear energy is slowly going to be fading away for you. But it's still present, so you need to be aware of it. Because if this is in concert with this, but this is still like 51% or more of your thoughts and your energy and your attention, this will still win. Meaning you'll still be guided here. But again, this Wheel of Fortune will only turn over slowly. So if you can increase that percentage to like 60-40 or 70-30, 80-20, slowly over time, eliminating these fears altogether, this then can operate at a greater speed. So if you're 100% here, this can operate at 100%. All right? But the vision is important. And again, allowing yourself to believe that vision is absolutely possible for you. It's one of those things, like, let's use a relationship as an example. Let's say you're someone who wants to get married. So you tell yourself every day, and you do your affirmations, and you meditate and write in your journal and do all the things to attract a partner, or to bring a partner into your life, or to be a good match for someone incredible. someone with whom you can build a long-lasting relationship. But then if you spend even a moment complaining about the dating world or the dating apps or the quality of person that you're meeting on the dating apps, then probably it's going to be hard for you to really attract that person. Probably it's going to be really hard for you to bring that in, right? Because this can't operate in an incoherent environment. So that's what this trade-off with the Two of Coins is so beautiful for. You know, it's about trading the old for the new and really making sure that the new, have faith in your dreams, is the prominent energy or frequency on a more consistent basis. And what you'll notice, just as reversed, again, a lot of balancing out going on in this reading, you'll notice that as you give more weight to the have faith in your dreams card, right? You have more weight. You'll notice momentum being built in that area. And you will notice the effects around you of what happens when you have momentum with a certain frequency. You start attracting a lot of people. You start noticing that people who really don't match you, like they're not around anymore. They don't show up. They don't call you. They don't connect with you. Or you sit down with them and you have lunch with them and you realize like, wow, this is someone that I just do not connect with at all anymore. Like we used to be best friends and now I can't even think on their level anymore. Like I've just changed so much. And I think you will notice how much you have changed through external situations, through conversations, through relationships, through external environment changes. You will realize how much you've changed or are changing. But it's so critical that you do change. It's so critical that you have this open forum for the divine to do its work through you. And the way that it's going to do its work through you is by instilling those desires in your heart. And they're going to guide you somewhere. Somewhere in your life, they are going to guide you. And you're going to have a beautiful new story to tell. All right, I love this reading for you guys. Let's pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's just see. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, by the way. So you do get kind of like another full reading. Okay, Six of Wands reversed. What else does the universe need from Aquarius right now? Three of Coins reversed. And the Emperor, beautiful. And for the external environment, what else does Aquarius need to know about what's going on in the external environment? Four of Wands. Okay. The Magician reversed. And the Fool. Okay. Where are the other? Okay, here's the cards. All right, now we're going to clarify the Sun energy. Okay, we got reversals in here. So take a look at the Sun energy. What else do you need to know? Six of Wands upright this time. Seven of Swords. And the Devil. Interesting match of clarifiers for that Sun card. Okay, then we've got the Two of Coins and the Lovers. Beautiful. That's the unity that we love to see with the Knight of Swords. And the Four of Cups. Seven of Wands. Chariot reversed. And Death reversed. Wow, big cards coming out. But I mean, it's to be expected during eclipse season. You know, Devil, the Death card, Chariot reversed, Emperor, Magician. I mean, it's definitely expected. Four of Coins reversed. Ace of Swords. Eight of Coins reversed. King of Wands, beautiful. I love the King of Wands with the Sun because they're both kind of like Leo energies, which is, you know, all about creation. Four of Wands, same as in the environment over here. And the Hermit. Hermit with solitude, with isolation. Wheel of Fortune reversed. We've got Temperance. Page of Swords reversed. And Three of Coins. Okay. The Tower. Five of Coins. Oh, accidentally pulled out two. Well, we have a Knight of Cups and a Page of Wands. Okay. Now for the Two of Wands. Nine of Wands. Hanged Man. Again, I accidentally pulled out two. King of Cups and High Priestess reversed. Okay, that's fine. If they accidentally come out, we'll take them. Justice reversed. We've got Eight of Wands reversed. Five of Wands. World reversed. And Queen of Wands reversed. Okay. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive if you want to join. So again, that link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much for everything. You know how much I love and appreciate you. I hope you have an amazing May. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Pisces, welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to begin with the King of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, before we really actually get into the card, I just want to talk about Mars coming in through your sign, right? We've got Mars in your first house, really kind of ramping up the energy, maybe not in so much of a hyperactive way, but I do feel like it's really, really stirring up the creative juices, right? Because we also have third house activation with the new moon eclipse on April 30th in Taurus. Then later on May 16th, the full moon eclipse in Scorpio. And all these ideas, right? All this sort of creation energy that you're really, really tapping into, you know, I feel like this King of Coins, the universe needs you to know that it's going to manifest something really positive for you. Okay, so that all of this stirring energy that you're feeling, it's not just to make you uncomfortable and it's not to make you discontent with anything. It's just to actually really help push you and to help you grow and to bring you into greater states of prosperity in your life. And to truly believe, and I love that about Pisces, right, with the Jupiterian, Neptunian rulership, is that there's this ability to really just believe. And it comes naturally and it comes easily for you if you want it to, right? I'm not saying everyone is, just because you're a Pisces, you know, it doesn't mean you don't have your stuff. But, you know, I think it does come more naturally to you because that's the essence of what Pisces is. It's all about, right, surrender to the divine. That's exactly what Pisces is all about in the archetype structure, right? It's about surrender. It's about kind of separating yourself from the matrix or the Maya or the illusion, and living in a more receptive mode. And in the environment, we have the moon, which says that you're kind of in this unknown path right now. And while sometimes the King of Coins may wish to have control, or he may wish to believe that he's in control, I think that in your heart of hearts, you know that where you're going and the changes that you're making in your life is really better. It's better to leave it up to the universe a little bit. You can attune your energy to what you want, right? You can definitely be thinking about what you want, thinking about your goals, thinking about your ambitions. But when it comes to the path and how you're going to get there, the environment seems to be way more in control than you are, right? When I say the environment, I mean like the field, right? The energy field that connects all of us, and that's sort of reading your energy, that's reading your frequency and bringing things to you because of the energy and the essence that you hold. And you'll notice some kind of interesting synchronicities. And I like that the Moon card is coming out also with the Page of Cups as the first card, because it does symbolize synchronicities and one step at a time kind of energy, because the moon is not a very well lit path, right? It's a very dim light, and we can't see the whole structure. We can't see the whole thing. We can have an idea of where we're going, but the terrain is unfamiliar. And I know you're headed into uncharted territories right now, but I think the ideas that are coming to you are quite brilliant. If you're brainstorming, if you're thinking about a new career path, right? Because we got this Mercury retrograde coming into Gemini. It's going to be doing a retrograde between Gemini and then back into Taurus, which means that it's going to be activating your 4th house, your 10th house, your 7th house, and your 1st house. This is called the cardinal cross. And this is a really, really powerful astrological transit. And, Mercury is always here to help us to reconsider things and to think about things in a different kind of way. So there's a lot of reconsiderations going on, but the creativity is also quite heightened as well. So a lot of changes can be made in 2022 for Pisces. If you're not happy with a specific direction that your life is taking, this is the year to really, really make those changes. Okay, because when Saturn comes into Pisces in 2023, that's your time to really start to reestablish new structures for yourself that are ultimately going to be beneficial for the next 30 years. Okay, so this is really a time to really let go and to let the universe guide you and to let yourself get pulled. And it may feel crazy and it may feel a little bit chaotic and it might not necessarily feel like anything is making sense. But right now, the not making sense is what makes sense. So we have this, let's just go through the oracle cards really quick. So we already talked about the surrender to the divine. We have this rest and rejuvenate. Mars in Pisces, Mars coming conjunct with Neptune. I think that's going to be inevitable. We're all going to need our rest. We're all going to need to sleep a little bit more and to relax a little bit more, to stay in a little bit more, to stay in our creative places a little bit more. We're just going to need it. It's like food for the soul. Okay, so please do not feel guilty for any of that stuff. And then we have this rain purification card, which tells me, and again, we've got this full moon eclipse in Scorpio, which is all about transformation. We got the death card here. So there is a purification process going on for Pisces right now. And last month, I remember the reading was called Melting, and it was this energy of like all the past stuff just really melting away. And I think this month, between next month and this month, we're really feeling the effects of the lightness that comes with all of the past stuff melting away, right? We're not burdened by those things anymore. We're not burdened by our traumas or burdened by our hang-ups or our limiting beliefs. We are now more free to roam. And I actually, when I said that, I was looking at the moon card and like, yeah, there's a lot of room to roam. You're kind of in these wide open spaces right now. And there's so many possibilities for you. It's really, really incredible the way the energy is shifting. We also have this conjunction, like an astrology card, the conjunction or alliance. This means that, two entities working together. And I do feel there's a lot of collaboration going on with all this third house activity as the sun is in Taurus, especially. So when it comes to your network, when it comes to your social circles, when it comes to your neighborhood, or, kind of your grouping, there's going to be a lot of activity with that. And there may be some wonderful collaboration opportunities for you, business opportunities, or just storming opportunities, because we also have this ideation card, which again is about like inception and creation of new ideas. And I think that your mind is going to be very active, and it is going to be very creative, and it is going to be tapping into things that you either deemed not for you, or things that you never thought would enter your mind in the first place. You're really opening up, you're really stretching yourself, you're really pushing your boundaries here, and you're thinking like, well, maybe, an idea comes to you, and in the past you may have written it off as something outlandishly not possible, and now you're like, yeah, well, maybe I really could do that. Maybe I really could have success in that field. Maybe I really could fall in love with that person, or maybe I really could find the love of my life. Maybe I really could. Everything kind of taking on a more optimistic swing. And if you're not feeling the optimism with things, it's probably a really good idea to focus on your rest and rejuvenation, and to focus on your surrender, whether it's through meditation or, your own form of meditation, walking in the forest, walking in the park, yoga, dancing, singing, anything creative, gardening, cooking, all those kinds of things that kind of get you in that out of self mode and really enable you to open and to be available, because the universe needs you to be available. And the more available you are, the more likely an idea is to enter into your mind or into your heart, or a desire is able to enter into your heart. And the more optimistic you can be about it when you're not spending so much time rejecting or restricting yourself. Because this Page of Cups right here is really trying to come in, right? Synchronicities. I don't know why or where along the line, all of a sudden this Page of Cups started giving me the energy of like, this is synchronicities. And it could be a person, right? But it could also be, seeing your little angel numbers, seeing other kinds of coincidences happen. Like the other day, I was just running errands, and I stopped at this really weird gas station that I've never stopped at before, because it was on a totally different side of town. And I was thinking, as I was getting into the car, I'm like, I really, really need a car wash, right? And as soon as I pulled around to the backside of the gas station, there was this huge sign that said car wash. Like, it was not even like 2 seconds after that entered into my mind. It was like one of those interesting 2-second instant manifestation things. And I kind of feel like with Mars through Pisces, with the Mercury retrograde looming, with eclipses looming, there is this kind of immediate response going on. Plus, we've got Saturn in Aquarius as well, which is a really low density element, right? Air element is super low density. So Saturnian things, which, in other periods of time may take a little bit longer, it's not taking that long anymore. So I feel like small attunements to your frequency, small attunements to your ultimate goal of prosperity and success, energetically, these small attunements are going to start really showing you some effects, like really, really fast. And once you start seeing the effects, once you start seeing the instant manifestations or the small things, like a sign that says car wash, I mean, that's not like a super significant thing. It doesn't hold a lot of meaning, but it still happened, right? And you can't deny the synchronicity there of just like how randomly that was. And I feel like the more and more you acknowledge just that something happened, right, it's going to completely transform your process. When I look at this death card, I don't know that this death card has anything to do with your traumas and your pain and you emerging as this brilliant phoenix from the ashes. Maybe for some of you, yes. But I think more than anything, it has to do with your process of creation, because you're starting to understand how simple things can be, that they don't have to be so difficult. They don't have to be so effortful. They can be more effortless. And you start to find speed with things. And I think that's going to really stimulate. And I love this. Now we got all the court water cards. We got the page, the knight, the queen, and the king. So there's like water energy all over the place, which is great because the water energy, which of course you are a water sign, is so connected with the emotion. And we know how powerful emotion is with creation. And because we have this ideation energy coming out, right, there is this spark quality that this is a month where something is going to spark. There's going to be, it probably will come through in the form of desire more than anything. And it might not be huge. It might not be this like desperate passion. It might just be something like, I just kind of want that. And I think actually the barely wanting, and I always say there's so much more power in barely wanting something than there is in like really wanting, right? Because when you really want something, you put this huge gap between you and the thing. But if you're like, yeah, I kind of want that. I think that sounds like it'd be a cool experience to have while I'm here on this earth. Boom, ideation, boom, alliance. You start to meet the people that could really make this happen for you. And then you actualize it, King of Coins. The universe really needs you to know that this is a month of actualization, and the process that you're being put through right now, these wide open spaces, this big question mark energy, which has been a theme for this month, this big question mark energy, it's not for nothing. It's not to confuse you. It's not to stress you out. It's actually to help you. It's helped to purify you. It's helped to purify your frequency so that you can be more clear about what you want and you can be more pure about what you want. Because when you're more pure and clear, the universe can hear you better. It's usually when we have all this incoherence going on, like where we say we want something, but then we're doing the exact opposite. That's when things can't happen for us. They can't happen because we're sending out multiple conflicting signals and they kind of cancel each other out. So this is the purification of your process, 100%. And you're starting to understand the power of emotion and how it plays into something. So pay attention to the desire that sort of awakens within you this month, even if it's something small. It doesn't have to be huge, and that's the thing, is that sometimes we think that we have to go after these huge things when really they might be huge things that we don't even really want. So this Knight of Cups really can go anywhere. That's what I love. Mutable water, right? That's you guys. You can go anywhere. You're flexible, you're adaptable, you're amenable, you're willing to experiment, you're willing to play a little bit, you're willing to change things up, like you're adventurers at heart. Like there's no like being locked in. There's no being locked in. There's no restriction here. And I think this Knight of Cups is really about feeling your way through. Really feeling your way through intuitively, and there's no logic. With a Mercury retrograde, we're using a different part of our brain here. We don't have to use logic. We don't have to use rationalization. Now we have the Queen of Cups. Now when the Queen of Cups came out, there was a part of me that felt that it was someone else. And then I saw this conjunction alliance card, and I felt even more so that it was someone else. Same as the King of Cups. I think these people are people that will serve you well. Queen of Cups, really passionate, detail-oriented, highly ambitious, focused. This is a Cancerian energy, so we know that the Cancerian energy, I always call them like on the DL, like my dark horse of the Zodiac, right? Because they're the kind of Zodiac sign that most people don't associate that often with worldly success, because it's so much associated with like home and family and all of that. But Cancers are really brilliant when it comes to making things happen. They're brilliant at building things. They're brilliant at making things work. And they're strong, and they can weather a lot. They can go through a lot of hardship, and they can go through a lot of turmoil and still come up standing. And this Queen of Cups, excuse me, she's someone that I think you might know who that is. I think, either you're going to be meeting that person through the Page of Cups energy this month, or you already know who this person is, and this is probably someone with whom you can form an alliance. I'm reminded of that audio from The Office. Like, would you like to form an alliance with me? Oh, Dwight. But yeah, I feel like she is someone that you could form an alliance with. You could collab with. She's a great person to network with and to leverage. And she doesn't mind being leveraged. She doesn't mind introducing you to people. In fact, I'm actually getting the energy of an introduction to the King of Cups. It seems like you're all on this same page with all the water energy. It's like you're coming out as yourself, Knight of Cups, right? You're coming out as yourself, and you have somewhere you want to go. And these are people who are maybe a little bit more well established within the community. They're a little bit more, or within the company, or within the neighborhood, or within the environment, whatever it might be. They're more established, and maybe they're a little bit more stable, or they're a little bit more influential. And these are people that you absolutely can leverage, and they don't mind. They don't mind doing the introduction. They don't mind because they see your value, because they see you as a King of Coins, right? And you need to see yourself as a King of Coins. So King of Coins can absolutely be introduced to a King of Cups, no problem. That's not even a thing. That's not an issue, So it's not as though people are looking down on you or seeing you anything less than. That's definitely not the case. And hopefully that's not something that you're afraid of. And if you are, this moon energy is probably going to really amplify that. It's going to amplify your insecurities of your self-worth, especially since we have Venus and Jupiter coming into Aries this month too. And Venus will be making her way into a conjunction with Chiron. And sometimes Chiron can bring that out. So if you are dealing with insecurities or imposter syndrome or not deserving or not being worthy of, that's going to be a vibration, right? Remember, this Death card is all about the process. And if you're carrying those lower vibrations, or if you are sending out that signal, then it's going to make it very difficult for this kind of introduction to happen. Now, when I say introduction, I don't necessarily mean that this is going to be a blanket experience for everybody. But I do sense that there is some social element to this, okay? Just given the third house activity. And then we have the Fool in the reverse in the very center of the reading. There's caution. And I'm not quite sure what that, again, excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know where the caution is coming from. There does seem to be an underlying feeling of fear, or an underlying misunderstanding in terms of where you stand on this path. You're interpreting your position on this path as being one thing, when in actuality it's a completely different thing. It's almost as though you think you're going left, but the universe actually has you going right. This is why your flexibility is so critical. And this is why, this illusion of having all this control over stuff probably is not the best idea. This is why surrender to the divine came out. Because it's like, look, Pisces, you're not where you think you are. You're not being guided to where you think you're being guided to, right? And these goals and these ideas and these desires that are coming to you, they're kind of redirecting you a little bit. They're detouring you. They're putting you on some other thing. And there's some kind of divine puppet mastering going on here. And it is your higher self, for sure. It's not your egoic self. It's not your lower mind, right? It's your higher mind that is transcendent of space and time, that can see everything much, much, much more clearly than you, and is communicating, boom, Page of Cups, is communicating with you. So when you are experiencing caution with something, or a little discomfort with something, or you want to delay something, I don't mind that so much, because at least you are self-aware, And I don't know that anything is really going to change that fact. If you just need to just sit in that full reversed energy for a minute and be like, okay, why am I hesitating? Why am I cautious? Why am I afraid? You know, you can kind of do like some light healing work. It doesn't need to be so deep and dark night of the soul type stuff. I think right now healing is more productive for some reason. I think when Saturn was in Capricorn, it was very dark night of the soul. But with Saturn through Aquarius, it's not so much. It's more like, okay, I can feel a feeling and I can feel a thing and I can have something surface in my heart and in my mind and I can work through it and it doesn't have to completely like tear my whole world apart, right? So you can feel the feelings, you can go through the motions and you can move on. Because I see kind of a ricochet going. There's like a period of condensed period with the full reverse. This is probably the 2-week period between the new moon on April 30th and the full moon on the 16th, eclipses. And then after, as the sun moves into Gemini, boom, everything starts to really pick up. And you'll notice that the pace of everything starts to really go a lot faster. But these eclipses are going to they're going to do a little pressure cooker effect on everybody. We all have our own areas that are accentuated. For you, it's going to have a lot to do with how you think about things between your higher mind and your lower mind. There is going to be high level consciousness expansion for you. You are consciously expanding in a really, really powerful way. You're learning a lot about your own manifestation process. You're learning about the power of your emotions. You're learning about the power of your value, your self-worth, and all of this, and feeling all of that and how that comes to be into something material with the Ace of Coins at the bottom of the reading here. So, I mean, even though this Eight of Wands is, you know, it's really like, it's more direct here. And I feel like this Eight of Wands with the Knight of Cups right above, there's going to come a time, end of May, maybe beginning of June, when you start to really, really feel yourself at full speed. Even though you're in these wide open spaces and you have no idea where you're going, you're just at full speed. And you may just be barreling forward with something without a lot of clarity on where this is going. And we have the Six of Wands, which suggests that it's going to be a victory for you. Right? There's going to be a victory for you. There's going to be a win in this for you, absolutely. And it is material. King of Coins, Ace of Coins. Even though this Ace of Coins is reversed, technically, I don't see reversals of aces as being bad things. I just see them as being delays. You know, it's going to take time because as you clarify or purify your energy through the death process, through the eclipse season, as you get more clear and more succinct with the signal that you're sending out, the universe can deliver a lot faster. And this Ace of Coins, it may be delayed a little bit, but not long. And I think this King of Coins is probably someone who helps catalyze that process as well. King of Cups is, you know, a powerhouse of energy, someone who is highly ambitious, who is really, really in control of themselves in terms of their emotional intelligence, their self-awareness. They do make mistakes. They are still human beings after all. They're not perfect by any means, but they certainly know how to get things done. They know how to get places. They know how to build. A lot of energy about building things for me coming out. I'm not sure what that means. Building a business, building a clientele, building a new idea. It's like building something from the ground up. And this King of Cups is going to make a wonderful partner or advisor or cheerleader or inspiration or mentor or motivator. I don't know what role this person is going to play, but it's an important role. And it may be temporary. It might not be a forever and always thing. Maybe temporary, but it's what you need right now to really motivate. It's what you need in order to bring something into fruition. And I love this quality of these ideas, and I love this surrender to the divine, because I feel like you're so connected. I feel like you're just so in line. Like there's not a lot of pushback here. There's not a lot of holding back or anything. Again, last month, it was all about the melting away of that stuff. And I think that you feel free. I hope that you do feel free, or that you feel like you are getting more free, if we could say it that way. I do. I genuinely do. I hope you feel that way, because the more free you feel, the easier it is for the universe to give you stuff. All right, let's pull out the clarifiers for this comprehensive. So for those of you who are new, the cards we pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually speak for, 25, 30 minutes additional on these cards. So it's kind of like a whole second reading. So we get the King of Coins now. What else does the universe need from Pisces? Hanged Man energy. We have the High Priestess, beautiful. Love that for Pisces. Kind of the natural High Priestess of the Zodiac as well. And the Four of Swords. Oh, beautiful, with the Rest and Rejuvenate card. That goes perfectly with that. Now with the Moon, which is the environment, what else does Pisces need to know about their environment in which they are operating? The Empress, beautiful. Knight of Swords reversed. Ten of Cups reversed. Okay. Now for the Page of Cups, which I'm really liking for you guys a lot. Nine of Wands, Nine of Wands. The Star, beautiful. Star's been making the appearance this month, same as last month. And another King of Coins, beautiful. Now we have the Death card. Queen of Cups reversed. Queen of Swords upright. And I feel like, oh, Knight of Cups reversed. Oh, interesting. Let's do one more actually for the Death card. Six of Cups, beautiful. Now we have the actual Knight of Cups with the Chariot. Loving that Chariot energy for you. Really, really am. Oh, amazing. Ace of Wands. Love that even more. And the Magician. See, it's all about creation this month. This is what Taurus season is all about. It's really about create. Aries and Taurus season both. The Tower. Told you that. Queen of Cups is a game changer. I don't know who she is or how she's going to manifest in your life. But the Emperor, she's going to change the game. Four of Coins reversed. Hermit. This is what happens when you're asked to level up in some way. You're asked to live in your deservingness, right? Sometimes you have to take a moment and process what's going on. Process the change that's being asked of you. Like you say you want these big things in your life. Well, then your life is going to have to change. And sometimes that's hard because we want... it's hard to do it all at once sometimes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Seven of Wands. And then for the Eight of Wands, we've got... So far, we got the 10 of Coins and the 10 of Swords. And Two of Wands reversed. Six of Wands. We have the Four of Cups reversed. We have the Two of Cups. Oh. Five of Swords. Wait, what was this one? Six of Wands. Okay. Wheel of Fortune. See, I knew that. King of Coins. Excuse me, I keep saying King of Coins. King of Cups. King of Cups reversed, which I don't know if it was reversed. It just fell out, but let's do one more for that. And Three of Wands. I knew that he was like a bringer of something for you, like the great client that you always wanted. Could be a lover. That's possible. We got the Ace of Coins with the 10 of Wands reversed. We've got Three of Coins. And we have Temperance. And we'll see Ace of Coins at the bottom of the deck. Exactly. I knew that Ace of Coins reversal didn't bother me at all. So that's great. All right. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So for those of you who want to join, the link in the description is up in the description box and comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing May. You know how much I love and appreciate you. Have a great month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your May 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. We begin with the Queen of Wands, why do I love this card? I love this card because this is the card of Aries, right? This is your card. So there's a component of you being yourself. There's a component of your ambition, your work ethic, your focus, your initiation talents, your ability to get things going or get things started, your ability to really powerhouse through something. And the eclipses, right? Emotions are running high. We have this oracle card. Emotions are running high. Yes, emotions are running high. We got a new moon eclipse on the 30th of April. Day after Pluto goes retrograde on the 29th. And then we have the full moon eclipse in Scorpio on the 16th, which is a very potent eclipse. It's especially potent for you, apparently, because we've got the Scorpio card in your environment here, okay? This is 8th house, deep house of transformation. There's a lot of evolution and a lot of like attainment of destiny, right? This is really, the nodes are very destiny oriented. And you may feel yourself clicking forward in a very roundabout way. I have a feeling that if you were really being honest with yourself about your life right now in the past few years, you would look and say, I really don't understand the route that this took. Like this really took some weird detours and some weird turns, but somehow I feel like it's all coming together. And you may feel like all of these random paths that just kind of never felt like they were going to merge are now all of a sudden merging into one larger, bigger pathway for you. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds throughout the course of the next few years. Especially when Saturn comes in through Pisces and really unravels all of the stuff that we've been hanging on for the past 30 years, all right? Really, I've got my eyes on Saturn through Pisces big time because it's not just coming through Pisces, it's coming into a conjunction with Neptune, moving into Aries with Neptune, then back into Pisces with Neptune, and then back into Aries with, it's just like, it's going to be a crazy, crazy thing. And especially for Aries because it's like, you know, coming into your sign, dipping in and then reversing back. And that's not happening for a few years. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I've got my eyes on that. And I think we're kind of like at that point right now where we are preparing for that unraveling. And this transformation here is so powerful because what you are transforming into, the people and the places and the things that you surround yourself with environmentally, it's all going to get leveled up. I mean, we're talking about, you know, hanging out with people that are higher vibrational people who are more wealthy, people who are more knowledgeable, more wise, more accomplished, more successful, whatever more is, right? Whatever that is. Aries is going to be in that crowd, right? Aries is going to be in that upper echelon of association because I think that you are now at this point where you are leveling up with yourself in your life and you're feeling this completion and you just can't help but disconnect from people who are still holding low vibrations. You just can't help but disconnect from low vibrational activities in your own life. You can't help but disconnect from low vibrational anything. You just keep floating to the top. And I see with this card, triumphant success, that this is going to be a successful venture for you. Whatever this venture is for you, it will be a successful venture for you. Things are coming into harmony. Music, it's almost as though your life is going to start playing, this beautiful music, this beautiful sound where everything fits and all the right harmonics and all the right chords and all the right notes played together to create this beautiful song. And it's like this orchestra, this song that is so fluid and easy and effortless. But you do have to level up first, right? You do have to feel that worthiness. And I do feel that worthiness through this eclipse cycle, not only this one, but the upcoming one as well later on this year through Scorpio season, is no joke. Because you've got Chiron, so there's a lot of healing going on, and Taurus has a lot to do with self-worth. So when the full moon, the full moon in Taurus, next eclipse cycle in Scorpio season, so in November, when that happens, there's going to be probably some massive realization about something. Okay, so I'm kind of going longer term with you guys. I don't know why. I don't know why yet. I'm just looking forward a little bit. We have this dignified strength card, which does signify, your ability to be in your strength. And I think you do have a lot of strength, especially as Venus and Jupiter come into your sign this month as well, right? We've got Venus coming in on the 2nd and Jupiter coming in on the 10th, which is the same day that Mercury goes retrograde. So that'll be a really potent transit for you guys. And it's going to create, and I love this mystery energy, because really anything goes for Aries right now. Really anything is on the table. So if you want to take your career in a new direction, you're probably going to really start feeling that, that desire to really grow and expand. When Jupiter hits Aries, there is going to be a snapshot into really what 2023 is going to be like when Jupiter fully transits through Aries. But there's that desire for more money, desire for a better whatever, desire for love, desire for connection, desire for better friends, desire for a more beautiful home. You name it, it's all on the table for you. You have no idea how it's going to come, mystery. And even with the 3 of Wands reversed, I see that too. There is a path of wealth and prosperity just barreling towards you, and you have no idea how it's about to come about. I sense that as all of these pathways, right, sort of are merging right now and really coming together, slowly you'll start to kind of get a concept or get an idea of how this may come to be. But I don't see Aries racking their brain to really figure it out or get it perfect or do it right the first time. No, this is about playfulness and being playful with the universe. And allowing the universe to kind of surprise you a little bit. I feel like it's like a courtship kind of energy where the universe is kind of taking the lead right now. And you're just kind of along for the ride and enjoying the way that everything is unfolding for yourself. And with the Justice card, it tells me that things are coming into balance again. Because when we had that Kalasarpa yoga the past few months, especially during the Venus retrograde earlier this year, a lot of us did experience an imbalance in our life in some area. It was too heavy in one direction. It was too heavy and it was too restricted and it was too whatever. Well, now we're not there anymore. Okay. The Kalasarpa yoga is over. So we've got this Justice card saying, look, everything is going to be balancing out. And as the sun crosses over the node throughout May and moves into Gemini in late May, you'll really start to feel things evening out, because it got too overweighted in one particular area, but it was also an important area to focus on as well, whichever area that was. Probably for you, career, okay? 10th house. Or family, home and family, either way. but you needed to focus on that area because it needed you to level up. So you had to go through the contrast. You had to go through the sort of negative or the loss or the sacrifice or whatever it was in order to motivate this transformation that is ultimately your destiny. All right? And with the Queen of Coins reversed, now I'm not worried about her reversal here because you're still Queen of Wands, upright, boom, powerful, this is you. Queen of Coins reversed just kind of tells me that, again, with this eclipse in Taurus, I think a lot of us are focusing on the finances, especially you, because it is happening in the second house. So there is a lot of financial energy. Scorpio and Taurus both are money signs. And we're really focusing on our money right now. We're really focusing on our resources because it is our means of survival here. Maybe some of you even got to a point where you were in survival mode. And that can be really scary sometimes too if you hit that, point where you're like really just on a day-to-day kind of basis. But again, that is something that will be evening out. To me, I don't worry about the reversal in this Three of Wands at all because I feel like there's always, upright or reverse, there's always a flow with the Three of Wands. Always. There's always wealth and prosperity coming through there. It might be a little bit delayed, but I think the delay is only going to last as long as you are holding on to limiting beliefs about deserving, about being, I don't know what the right word is, about being deserving or about being worthy. There's been a lot of energy this month about allowing not only yourself to have specific desires. And when I say that, I don't necessarily mean in your conscious mind, okay? Because sometimes the conscious mind, why am I saying that? Sorry, I'm saying that because of the Nine of Swords, and we've got the Four of Swords reversed here. Nine of Swords reversed, Four of Swords reversed with the Sun reversed, okay? So let's talk about the mind or the thoughts for a second. Because with these swords, it's one thing to say like, yes, let's keep using money as an example because of the Taurus quality, okay? So you want more money, right? You want more money. You want to be more financially stable. You want to be more on top of it. You want more success. No matter where you are on the spectrum financially, there's a focus there. But if for whatever reason you have hit up against the limits of your subconscious paradigm, right? This sort of subconscious world that you are creating, you can tell yourself all day long, consciously in your mind, that yes, I am deserving, and yes, I do want it, and yes, I do allow it into my life, and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes. But all that energy is completely futile if the paradigm remains the same. If you still see scarcity and lack, if you still see pain and suffering, if you still see, if you still feel guilt and shame about something, all of that is still going to play a part. So your conscious mind's efforts are just going to be like ricochet, and it's not really going to make an impact. So this truly is about a paradigm shift for you. Truly seeing the abundance that is available to everyone, and therefore opening it up to yourself as well. And I sense that with this Nine of Swords, there has been something that you've been carrying on your back for quite some time. There's been a stressor, there has been a belief system, there has been a patterning, there has been some kind of something that really, it brought you to this point, and therefore it was useful. But it is getting to that point where it is no longer useful, it is no longer helpful, and therefore is becoming outdated. That's why I know that Saturn is still technically in Aquarius, right? But I know that as Saturn moves through Pisces, that you will feel this paradigm kind of collapsing. And it's a good thing. It's a good kind of collapse, because that collapse is going to break way to the light, which is this bright, brilliant, beautiful sun energy, which is source itself, breathing life into you, expanding through you. This goes straight on with Jupiter and Venus coming in through your sign. Venus coming in contact with Chiron this month, as she comes into that like 15-degree mark of Aries, she's going to have some things to to work on in terms of healing of the Venusian energy. So again, money, yes, but also just pleasure in general, beauty, anything fairness and justice and balance oriented, that's going to be on the table as well, where things haven't been fair, quote unquote, right? Healing that pain and really getting over those injustices in your life. Jupiter says, we got to do better than this. We're going to expand. And I love the Queen of Wands for that, because she's going to be all about it. She's going to be like, heck yes, let's go. Let's do it. Let's not ever go back here. Let's not ever be in this position again. Let's not ever allow ourselves to get complacent or to plateau or to get into this scarcity state ever again. Let's make sure we have abundance in our life all the time. And the best way to really do that, 10 of Cups, hate to say it, right? Law of attraction-y type stuff. It's all about how you feel. It's about your gratitude and your happiness and your appreciation and your joy. And this is really where the paradigm shifts can truly happen. It's in the way you choose consciously to feel about stuff, right? If you choose to feel a good feeling, and I'm not saying spiritual bypassing, I'm not saying repression, I'm not saying to bottle it up and pretend like it isn't there. That's one thing I actually do love about Aries, is their ability to feel feelings and just like let it pass through them. Unless you have a lot of earth or water or something in your chart, likely you don't hold on to things as much. But you are still a human being after all. So, human experience is the human experience, and we all have our stuff. So, but it's not about spiritual bypassing or repression, right? This is about feeling a negative feeling, thinking a negative thought, and saying, you know what? Okay, I acknowledge this, but I'm not going to give credit to it. I'm not going to fester in it, and I'm not going to let it build momentum. Because when I don't let it build momentum, when I don't let it build mass or gravity, then I can more easily move on to something that is better, right? A belief that is better, that serves me better, right? And we have the Lovers right next to it, which again, to me, is the yin-yang energy. As much as I would love to talk about passion and relationships and love and sex and all these great things that could come through the Lovers, in its most simple form, it's like represents the duality, and it also represents choices. And I feel often when it comes out upright that there is a union that occurs. First and foremost, it is a union that occurs within yourself, which goes hand in hand with justice, the internal balance, the internal union. But it's also the reminder of the connection of the internal and the external, the as above and so below. The connection that your external world is often a reflection of your internal world as well. That there is a mirror effect going on. And you'll notice that as your life improves, it's usually a reflection of how you as a person are improving in your thought patterning and your emotional state. Your joy, your gratitude, your appreciation, your love, your empowerment, your confidence, all of those play a role in the quality of your life. And so there's more motivation now than ever to just be the person that you've always wanted to be. I think that the new wave of success, right? Because I think the old, outmoded version of success, which is more materialistic in nature, is sort of being traded, especially by the younger generations, right? They're trading the materialistic view of success for states of being and lifestyle, right? So there's this, it's kind of like whoever can embody peace, who can embody good health, who can embody abundance, wins. And they win by having just a good life. They win by being happy. They win by being at peace and by being free. You don't win based on what you have, right? So I think embodiment is a huge component for Aries, for sure. But that embodiment then translates into material gain as well. It goes hand in hand. Now, the Nine of Cups reversed with the Nine of Swords reversed, there is still a feeling of, I don't want to keep harping on this, but I do feel the lack of deserving. I do feel that there's a twinge of that, especially in this middle row, especially with this card, especially with the Queen of Coins reversed. A twinge that you have to work really hard in order to earn it. That you have to do something in order to be worthy of it. But then your conscious mind, your intellectual mind knows that that isn't true. So this is what I mean by the paradigm shift. Because there is a little contradiction, there is a little conflict, there is a little lack of harmony going on. This is about consciously acknowledging that there is a lack of harmony, and through the powers of meditation, through the powers of shadow work, through the powers of self-love and connection with source, finding that unity somewhere. Finding that unity. And I feel strongly that the success that you have, right, triumphant success, by being in this mystery and by embodying your own strength, that you will become so full and you will become so emboldened that you will actually benefit others simply by being yourself. And that might be the first time that you've ever really experienced that, like just by who you are and you doing what you do, you somehow now are this incredibly valuable person, and you're starting to see it, that you are the thing of value and not the thing you do that is the value. You are the value. And that's a beautiful place to be. Okay, let's go ahead here and plot the comprehensive clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for this will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for 25 to 30 more minutes about these cards, so it's kind of like a second reading. So let's take a look additionally at what the universe needs from you. Queen of Wands, Chariot reversed. The Empress. Much more of a relaxed energy I'm getting. Eight of Wands reversed. Okay. It's probably a month to let things happen rather than make things happen. Try not to make things happen. Just let them unfold naturally. Environment, Wheel of Fortune. This is what you're unlocking right now. I feel like, okay, Four of Wands and Three of Coins. Beautiful. Now, where's the other deck? Here it is. Okay. Start to clarify the Three of Wands. Another Wheel of Fortune. Excellent. See what I mean? That reversal did not bother me at all. That's why we've got the Hanged Man. I feel like that one wanted to come out too. Moon reversed. Oh, wow. A lot of major arcana for that Three of Wands. Okay, and then for Justice, definitely these two. Page of Cups. Ace of Coins. High Priestess, amazing. Queen of Coins reversed. Six of Cups and Two of Wands. And the World. Beautiful. Now for the Nine of Swords reversed, we have the Death reversed. Hermit. Seven of Coins reversed. Five of Wands. This is not going to be a comfortable process for you. Star reversed. And you may feel yourself fighting internally against something, you know, something that your ego really wants to hold on to. Again, 3 of Wands, beautiful. Sun reverse. This time we have the Chariot upright. It's reversed over here. 2 of Coins. Oh, didn't mean to pull out 2, but we'll take 2. We've got 10 of Swords and the Queen of Swords. Three of Swords. Strength. And the Fool. Justice reversed for the Lovers. Page of Coins. Magician reversed. Another 9 of Swords. Ace of Swords reversed. The Lovers again. 5 of Swords and 5 of Cups reversed. Okay, this has Queen of Coins upright. This has so much to do with, I think it's more tied to the Scorpio eclipse because of this, but still, eclipse season in general. A lot of really good stuff happening here. So if you want to join me, you're absolutely more than welcome. Link in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing May, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.